halves. Hello, hello, folks. Thank you for being here. Who's ready for Science Sunday? I am just finishing up a little bit of setup over on Valora and Kick, and then we will get started. Thank you for being patient. We're going to play a little more Mortal Shell, and I think we are going to hang out with Mead and play some Mistfall tonight. But we're going to get started with Science Sunday, and I am so excited to share Science Sunday with you. Frangie asked if they were correct, if he was correct on the guess of my favorite music. He guessed rock. My favorite music is in fact jazz. Almost all jazz and blues. Blues for sure. Most jazz. I'm not a big fan of like Miles Davis, but he's just kind of cliche. But I like a lot of rock too. How about no playing and just sleep? It's already Monday anyway. Carpoo. Thank you for that. I do have to do Science Sunday and then we can go to bed. But yes, it is Science Monday for some of you. Good morning, sunshine. So I'd get along with Barry B. Benson. I would. You like jazz? Ooh, black and red, yellow and black, yellow and black, yellow and black. Ooh, let's shake it up a little bit. Black and yellow. But I'm a big fan. I hate smooth jazz and I hate Muzak, which people say is jazz and it's not. Hi, hello, you gorgeous people. We are on day 11 of our stream streak, by the way. For those of you that don't know, Muzak was the procedurally generated music channel that preceded AI gen music. And it became the generative licensable music for doctors' offices, elevators, stuff like that. It was terrible. I hated it. So yeah, smooth jazz, not my favorite. I also don't like jazzurbation. Jazturbations is awful too. Some people call it prog rock.
Halves?
Janir, thank you for the daily snuggle. It's good to see you. All right, are we live over on... It looks like we're live on YouTube now. Is Kick started? Kick is now started. And Valora, we are started. Don't forget to claim first, second, and third, folks. Moi moi, I love you. Hi, hi, hi. It has already been claimed. I meant on the other channels. Oh. Firefly, I see you. Thank you for checking in everywheres. Roy, why are we rioting? Why are we rioting? I predict to riot.
Halves?
I love punk rock, though. So you were right about that. All right, let's go, shall we? Hi. Hi, hi, hi. Hang on. There we go. Hi, hi, hi. Hello. Hello. Hello, 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 hello. How are you doing? Oh, you didn't get third. I'm so sorry. Hey, you know what you can do, Roy? There are other channels that you can claim that on. Hi, Riddler. Thank you for the daily snuggle. Roy, thank you for the daily snuggle. Dima, congratulations on first. Nook claimed second. Cryptid Koi-fish. I love your name, Cryptid. It's nice to meet you. Frangie, thank you for the daily snuggle. Najib, Tiefling, Shanirn, and Riddler. I appreciate it. Dima, thank you for the daily snuggle. I don't know if I actually said that. Valdir, hello. Welcome in, Raiders. Oh my God, we just started. Hi, how are you, everybody on all of the other apps? Say hi to Valdir, who just finished streaming. Electric Cider was the second to stream. Hello, Electric Cider. It's so nice to meet you. My name is DG. How you doing? How you doing? Valdir, how was stream? What did you guys get into? You're just in time for Science Sunday, my friend. Oh, Cider, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, and a hydrate. Okay, hang on. Wait. We're catching up. We're catching up here. Thank you for the hydrate. Hey, Tiefling. How you doing? You played like 3 different things. I think when I tuned in earlier to Lurk, you were starting, was it Fortnite? It was Fortnite, yeah, and then you played Arknights and then Helldivers. Super fun. Super, super fun. Everybody on the purple app, say hello to everybody over on the gold app. Green app, say hello. Red app, say hello. Oh, Solo, thank you for the lurkies. I love the built-in I'm gonna gush for a second. I love the built-in emotes on Valora because we have like this thing right here, which is super cute. It's like a thumbs up that flies out of the fire pit because it's a phoenix. It's super cute. What did you just do to our dragon? Ninja. Are you the only one who thought my top was just a bow over the top of my swimsuit? No, you're not the only one. Hi. Cider, how are you doing today? No, Frangie, you're not the only one to have thought that. Many people have thought that, in fact. Except, guess what I forgot to do because, hang on, we're going to do this. Because it's Science Sunday. Hold on. My model's not going to move for a second. I have her frozen while I change to Nerdy DG. There we go. Boink. Okay.
Petals?
There you go. That's better. Hi, Jespo. How you doing? Mewing Meme. Thank you for the follow. Mewing, it's so nice to meet you. My name is DG. If I can do anything to make your stay better, let me know. Oh, I am the penultimate nerd. This is true. Professor ow. Oh my god. Ow. Holy duckies. I keep forgetting to turn duckies down. I'm putting that in the patch notes. Ow. Lizards. Jesus. Mewing, thank you so much for the follow over on YouTube as well. Roy, thank you for the nose move. I don't know which is worse, if it's the duckies or if it's the lizard. But it's a lot. I think the duckies are louder. The lizard is just aggressive. Everyone forgets about Bing Bong, though. You can't forget about Bing Bong. You cannot forget about Bing Bong. Jess, I just saw your note. Are you okay?
I think that's a bad idea.
Oh, Bing Bong is so big and loud. Ow. I have to wait a bit and then you will. Yeah. Jess, if I can do anything to help you, please let me know, okay? I'm worried about you. I just saw your note. Sending you so much love. Raiders, Valdir, if you need to raid and fade and go take care of yourself, please do all of your after stream activities. Anything that you need, please go take care of you. We are just getting ready to start Science Sunday, which this week we're talking about the science of meditation, and I'm super excited to talk to you guys about it. I hope that you'll have a good time with it. But I think I got Mix It Up fixed.
It's
so
science, bro.
So now I can see. That was funny. So now I can see everybody's chats from everywhere. You still got a few hours till you have anything to do. I'll be lurking though. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, so I read about 27 studies this week on meditation. And then I took all of my notes. I'm going to admit this. I took all of my notes and I compiled them into an outline. And then I used my lit review to generate an outline for today's talk. And then I went and I wrote it, but I did use a research bot that I had coded many years ago, just like my streaming bot helper that I have in the Discord. I streamed my research bot to pull all of my notes and put them into an outline for me, rather than me spending the several hours that it takes normally for me to do that. So, holy research, Batman. Yeah, that was just for this one. I also had to read for the podcast that I just recorded this afternoon. I had to read an additional like 20 papers about international treaty theory, like like critical theory about international treaty writing, and that was wild. So if there are if I didn't quite fill out my entire outline, I'm telling you all of this because if I did not in fact fill out my entire outline, it's because I didn't quite get through all of my notes and like double checking that the outline
Pebbles?
did actually cover all of my notes. So I'm looking at both rather than just one set like I normally do. So I do apologize in advance. The regular trout. I've missed you. How are you doing? Also, I feel like I saw somebody else. Did I see KD earlier? There you are. Hi, KD. I hope you're doing well. Okay, Raiders, Cider, Friends, Valdir. For those of you that don't know me, my name is DG. I'm a charity streamer, a variety streamer, and we are all about accessibility and adaptive gaming. Every single month, I raise money for a different cause, and then if chat hits a target, then I match chat's donation for the first $250 that they raise. And all of the charities that we work with are supporting personal efforts from our community. They are also vetted. I do a financial audit of them for 5 years worth of their financials and then read all of their charity navigator stuff before we choose them for that month. I'm a full-time streamer and I'm a goober, lovingly also a hag. So we're here and we're doing this thing. This month we are supporting Adaptive Climbers Festival, which is a climbing event for disabled individuals that runs in the Red River Gorge every October. It is the whole reason why I am still climbing after my spinal cord injury. And they are truly magnificent individuals. Are not a hag. Well, my model's very young. Just by the way, for you are looking fantabulous, my darling, my sweet, just so you know. But if you guys want to hang out, make yourselves at home. That's what we're all about. We are going to play a little more mortal. Hang on. I can't. I lost my ability to speak. You were so swollen and you were so kind. Love your face. Love you. I love you. Ability to speak gone. Mortal Shell 2. That is, we're going to play a little bit of that. And then Mistfall Hunter a little bit later on. I can speak? No. No, not a thing. Not a thing. Okay. So, option 1. We can hang out here. Words are so hard, Jess. I need to actually get that emote or an emote like that for our channel. We can hang out here on the just chatting screen, or we can hang out here if that's what you would prefer. Totally up to you guys. Do you have a preference? Doesn't matter to me. I was thinking just chatting because that's going to make it for a bigger chat for you guys to see on screen. Although I only think you're going to see Twitch and YouTube on the screen. You like option 2? Okay, we'll hang out on the game screen. Okay. Hello, my darlings, my sweets. So, first things first, welcome in. It's official. It's Science Sunday. You made it. We made it to the end of the week or the start of the week, depending on however you look at it. Congratulations. Life is hard, but we're harder. There were a couple. Thank you so much, Jess. Thank you. Thank you. Huh? I said what I said, Frangie. I was supposed to be running a. Hey, G-Mac, how are you? And soothing voice delivering free education to your brain. G-Mac, I missed you. I hope you're doing well, my precious. So, yes. Meditation. We've all heard a lot about it. By a show of emotes, how many of you have a meditation practice of your own? There is no right or wrong answer here. I'm just interested in hearing what you got. What you're interested in. What do you like? How does it feel? You do. KD does. Okay, cool. Kinda-ish. Honest answer. Love it. What was the question? Do you have a meditation practice at all? You did once upon a time for a few days and then you forgot about it. That is the most incredibly self, what is the word I want to use? Like self-aware and oddly zen comment about meditation I think I've ever heard. You hold ice cubes before bed. Nice. You have a couple of different practices. Banging your head against the wall. It's a good time. Solo. I like your style. Mostly use it when insomnia kicks in. Valid. So, some of you may find it really hard to meditate. Some of you may find it really, really easy. And while it gets pushed everywhere to everyone all of the time as this is the best thing that you can do to reduce stress and anxiety, it's actually not one size fits all. There is a science, there is a neuroscience to this. And I know we have some neuroscientists in our community, so I'm not going to go into like the super details, but you are welcome to throw like specific neuron-based firing mechanisms and all of that into chat, and I will read it out as we go. But welcome in, folks. We're on Science Sunday. Why does this keep... Hang on just a second. My window is being weird. There. Okay, cool. Your body did the opposite of meditation. Your heart took off on a marathon without permission. That is what I have been doing. Your heart was like, and it's go time. You know, all of that lovely... Okay, have you guys heard... This is a complete aside, but it's like, it's relational. Have you guys heard the comedian that... No, it wasn't a comedian. It was a DJ during the pandemic that was like, okay, everybody, we're going to take a few grounding breaths together as we start this show. It made its round on social media. And he said, so everybody take a nice deep inhale, breathe in all of that angst and anxiety and frustration and anger and resentment and disappointment, and hold it in, keep holding it until you're ready to explode, and then exhale and start it all over again. And I really loved it because it was doing all of the things. It was doing all of the things that you are supposed to get from what you're supposed to get from like a meditation practice, but it's like the opposite, right? It was antithetical, and I thought it was just quite brilliant. So this is what I told the doctor, and he laughed. It was about the only way I could describe it. Till you about bust. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You know what? Heat exhaustion is terrible. And as we age, our bodies aren't able to handle heat at all. Like our heat and cold tolerance, especially as women of a certain age, heat and cold tolerance is gone. And it's all awful. Funky Thumb, welcome in, Raiders, over on Twitch. Hi. Funky, I hope you're doing well. How was your stream? What were you getting into? At some point, I may take everyone hostage, and we may just do a Science Sunday on women's biology and menopause, because it is not taught, and nobody knows. Very few people know about it, and as a result, it is very poorly understood. And it's a good science for folks to learn about. You did a hardcore randomized Pal World series with a friend, and how did it go, Funky? Also, folks in my chat, if you want a sonorous voiced voice actor and awesome PNG tuber, you need to go check out Funky Thumb, who is one of the conductors, if not the lead conductor, for our Sea Cucumbo fundraiser that we're running to celebrate Sea's... Well, not celebrate, but to help raise fund for Sea Cucumbo 1 year into cancer treatment. So we're going to be running that in October. Pay attention to that. We have many new announcements coming out about that in the near future. Who is this coyote, I wonder? Hi, Nano. Last 2 weeks of October. Thank you It's on my calendar. Right now I'm living week to week, sometimes day to day. Raiders, for those of you that don't know me, both on the Valora and on the Twitch side, allow me to introduce
Pebbles?
myself. I'm DG, I'm a coyote, I'm a geologist and a voice actress and a first-time gamer with the reflexes of a very, very droopy houseplant. We're an accessibility and an adaptive gaming community, and we're really glad that you're here. You're joining us at a special time because we're on Science Sunday and we're going to be talking about the science of meditation. So, the scene set, and Funky, if you need to raid and run, go take care of you. I promise I got your folks, but please know unattended raiders on any channel are given a bucket of dirt and a bunny rabbit. They're going to come home a little cuddlier, a little cuter, a little dirtier, but I promise absolutely no worse for the wear. Hey Viper, how you doing? It's good to see you. Nano, thank you for the daily snuggle. Brothership, thank you for the daily snuggle. I know they're in good hands. They'll love you like I do. I love you too, Funky. You may scruff the fur a bit.
Pebbles?
Yes, this is true. Thank you for the daily snuggle. Okay, so I'm gonna kick off with one of the first papers that I read. There was a randomized clinical trial that got published in JAMA Psychiatry in 2023. Hang on, let me look at my notes. Yeah, 2023. It was an 8-week mindfulness program performed on a group of randomized individuals, and what they found was an 8-week course of mindfulness performed no worse than a standard first-line SSRI for adults with anxiety disorders. So this was really cool because what they did was it was a non-inferiority trial. So they didn't create a control where it disadvantaged SSRIs or it disadvantaged mindfulness program in comparison to the SSRI. It was a pre-specified non-inferiority trial. And I'll take you through the numbers, but it's really cool. So when researchers started interviewing people about what happened to them during this mindfulness program, they used structured instruments, and it was an independent assessor that came in to review the analyses and the data behind these analyses. They verified that 58% reported effects with negative valence, 37% reported effects that interfered with their daily functioning, and 6 to 14% reported lasting bad effects. Both of those come from good trials. That's a really startling number. So in one study, they said, hey, mindfulness exactly performs on the same par as a first-line SSRI, meaning an antidepressant, for working with and supporting individuals with a generalized anxiety disorder. And then in another one, they said, in some cases, the mindfulness actually compounded anxiety issues in a very small percentage of the population, 6 to 14% involved in this one study. Adriana, thank you for the 40 watch streak. Imperial, thank you for the daily snuggle. So to level set, I'm going to define a term, and this is the term across all 27 of those studies that they used. Meditation is a set of physiological interventions. So it is a practice that is designed to adjust or bring awareness to or augment the physical processes of human biology. They have measurable effects on the autonomic nervous system. So that is the things that you don't necessarily have control over, on the endocrine system, so on your hormones, and then on your neural network, on how your brain and its network, its pathways behave. There are several different traditions of meditation and meditation practices, and they all produce different effects. And in one, very well documented a case, and this gets cited a lot, and so I wanted to make sure that I brought this one in. It actually caused opposite effects. So it's supposed to calm you down. It actually increased the anxiety, and that was that 6 to 14% reported lasting bad effects. So a practice with enough force to move your cortisol has enough force to destabilize a nervous system that is already dysregulated. So, if you have a practice of your own and you would like to share your tradition or your lineage and tell us what you practice, feel free to do so in chat. I've practiced many types of meditation over the course of my life. Um, Most recently, I have been more involved on the Zen peacemakers side of Zazen. I've done Dzogchen, Buddhist practices, and then mindfulness, walking, meditation sort of exercises, as well as like pranayama and mantra from the yogic tradition. So I kind of have a little bit of experience with all of it, and have taught various practices as well. So if you've tried it and it made things worse, say that too, because researchers have actually collected a lot of data on all of these things. So a little bit of housekeeping. I am not a clinician. This is a required statement, and I'm going to be explicit. Nothing today is for diagnosis or treatment advice. It is not for any individual, including you. If something in here is going to land really close to home, that's a conversation for a professional. And we do have a command that my mods can post if you are feeling like you need additional help and resources. But we will not be therapizing anyone on stream. So let's jump in. The first things first is meditation is not a one-size-fits-all thing. In 2018, a group of 15 researchers published a paper in Perspectives on Psychological Science. And this study gets quoted a lot on Instagram and TikTok. It's called Mind the Hype. And the authors included Sarah Lazar, who ran some of the foundational neuroimaging work, Willoughby Britton, who we're going to talk about later on, David Vago, Clifford Sarin. They're very, very prolific scientists kind of publishing in this field. But their argument was that mindfulness and meditation had become umbrella terms covering practices that share almost nothing operationally, and that research literature has been treating them as interchangeable, much to the detriment of the respective lineages and practices that fall under mindfulness and meditation. So when one label covers practices with different mechanism, pulling them together produces an average that describes none of them, and as a result, you cannot draw correlation to causation or causality. Okay, so the working split in the field is between like two very, very distinct families, and we've talked about this previously in chat. We did a very short mindfulness education series a few months back, but focused attention is the first family, and that's where you pick a target. So you follow breath. You have a mantra, Om Tare Tatare Tare Soha, for example. You have a candle. You have a point in the body or a mandala on the wall that you're looking at in front of you. And then when attention leaves, you notice it and you bring it back. And the skill being trained is that return to attention. Okay, so it's the return of focus. The second set is something we call open monitoring. And that means that you don't pick a target. What you're doing instead is whatever arises in your awareness, you just observe it without following it and without pushing it away. And the skill being trained here is the observation, the simple act of saying like, hey, I'm here. Check, check, check. Is that audio? Is that audio balance a little bit better? The audio seemed a bit high for me. Um, so with open monitoring, the idea is if you're sitting on a busy highway, if you're using focused attention, you are looking at the road, and if you get distracted by the cars, you go, "Oh, look, I'm distracted by the cars," and you bring your attention back to the road. In open monitoring, you're sitting on the side of the road and you're looking at the road and the cars and the sky and whatever is around it, and you practice making no judgment. I like that car. This is a good tree. That's a bad advertisement. That's a bad driver. There's no judgment call associated with it. You simply say that is a car, that is a bird, that is a tree, that is the road. Okay, so those are the two kind of uh, working fields of focus. So any trial of meditation has to measure it against something, and the choice sets what the result can mean. Swan, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's good to see you, Queen. So there's a few different terms here that I'm going to define for you because we're going to talk about them in detail. So passive control is a wait list. Okay, so if you ever get involved in a passive control study, what ends up happening is people sign up, they get told that they're going to start in 8 weeks, and they get measured in the meantime. Now, if the meditation group improves more, you've learned that meditation beats sitting on a wait list, right? Plus the effect of expecting it to improve. I'm sorry, hang on. So like if you say, "Hey, in the meantime, you're gonna do this meditation practice," what you get is a result that says if the meditation group improves more, what you've learned is that meditation beats sitting on a wait list. Okay. Now, that comparison contains multiple nested assumptions. Okay. It contains the effect of the meditation plus the effect of expecting to improve. Hello, 7 Deaf Not Flyers. Hello. How are you? I hope you're doing. Wait, is it 7 Ven? Is it 7 Ven? I'm going to call you 7 for now. Hope you're doing well. How are we doing? We are wonderful. Good, good, good. So you get like the effect of being in a room with other people once a week, plus the effect of having a trained instructor pay attention to you for 2.5 hours, plus the effect of having a reason to leave the house in the first place. I'm Flyers. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. How is your day going? It's nice to meet you, Flyers. My name is DG. Make yourself at home. We're doing our weekly Science Sunday segment right now, and we're talking about the science of meditation currently. So please make yourself at home. Oh, you're coming straight from Bear Fam? Let's go. Guys, I forgot to tell you at the start of stream, we're officially on a Twitch team called the Bear Fam. From Petrov is the host. And 7 is one of the family members. We're super excited. You should go check all of them out. I was lurking in folks' streams earlier, and they're really cool crew, like really, really kind, cozy crew. So we're very excited to be part of a Twitch stream team. 7, how are you doing? Bear Fam all day. Yeah, like the folks in there are super, super sweet. Super, super sweet. Okay. So, science and meditation. Okay, so that was passive control, right? Like what you are controlling is the wait list itself, and then everything else has to be documented on the causality or the effectiveness of whatever the intervention is against the control, which is people are hanging out on a wait list. Okay, an active control, by contrast, is a structured program matched on all of those pieces. It's the same hours, same group size, same instruction attention. It's the same homework burden. It may be different content. So now what the comparison isolates is something closer to the practice or the content itself. Okay. So in 2022, Simon Goldberg and colleagues published what is called an umbrella review in Perspectives on Psychological Science, and they reviewed 44 meta-analyses covering 336 randomized controlled trials and 30,483 participants. And what they concluded, there were like 60 separate effect sizes that they kind of ranged against. What they found against passive controls, effect sizes ran from 0.1 to 0.9 across most combinations of population, problem, and outcome. It was negligible on one end of the spectrum or like extremely large on the other end of the spectrum. But against active controls, effects were typically smaller and less often statistically significant. So what that means is where the comparison was a specific active control, or in some cases, an established evidence-based treatment, the mindfulness interventions came out similar or superior to the SSRI group. Okay, so the review also reports that adverse effect reporting across the literature was inconsistent. Okay, so when you read about this on your own, the question is what was that comparison group? If the answer is nothing, then the number is smaller than it looks, right? One disclosure about most of my sourcing is a lot of the pieces sit behind paywalls. So if you go and you start looking into these bits of literature, please recognize that you will be able to see an abstract, and that is not always the full story. I do have 2 open source articles that I will share with you, but every number that I'm quoting is accurate to what the authors did publish. And for the paid-walled ones, where you won't be able to go independently vouch for the methods behind them, I'm going to try to make sure that I'm de-emphasizing those. Okay, so let's talk about 4 different schools of meditation and 4 different physiologies. Okay. The first one is Zazen, or seated meditation. The kind of prerequisites for it are an upright posture, eyes open or half open. You have sustained attention with minimal conceptual elaboration. Dogen's 12th century instruction in Fukan Zazenji is that when a thought arises, what you do is you take note of it and then you dismiss it. Okay, so that's Zazen, or Zen meditation, or Zen mindfulness. It kind of all gets conflated. Zazen is a specific ritualistic form of Zen meditation. In 2008, Giuseppe Pagnoni, Milos Cicek, and Yin Guo published a study testing whether Zazen training shows up in how the brain encodes and then handles meaning. What do I mean by that? What I mean is human beings' brains innately try to create context, causality, relationships between ideas, objects, interactions, experiences, people, etc. We generate meaning. That's why every time you recall a memory, you apply whatever the present context is to that memory, and every time you recall that memory, it is less and less reliable. That's why every time you think about an ex, or like you retell a story, the way that your brain remembers it is actually based on the way that you tell it at the time. Okay. And thank you so much, Nova, for the 10 watch streak over on Twitch. So what they did, what Giuseppe and friends did, was they had 12 Zen practitioners with more than 3 years of daily practice. So that's over 1,000 days worth of Zen meditation. They had 12 controls who had never meditated, and then they matched based on sex, age, and education. And one design detail worth having is that both groups meditated in a brain scanner. And everyone was told to attend to their breathing and then return to it when distracted. So the reason for that was about equalizing the task so that a group difference points at training history rather than what the two groups were doing while being scanned. Okay, now interrupting that, Zen to a Soulslike. It's true, Ace. It's true. We're going to be playing Mortal Shell 2 here after we finish Science Sunday. How are you doing today? It's nice to meet you. Oh, we're going to see if I can apply Zazen training, my Zazen training to Soulslike today because my first experience with it, I was not very mindful. So experience tranquility, yes. Or be equanimous in our frustration. Okay, so while they were sitting in the scanner, they were interrupted at randomized intervals with a string of letters. What they had to do was they had two buttons in their hands, and they had to press one if it was a real English word, and then they had to press the other one if it wasn't an English word and it was just gibberish, and then they had to quickly return to the task of focusing on their breath. Now, a real word does something to the human brain that non-word doesn't. When you see apple, unless you have aphantasia, you don't just decode the letter. You get an orchard, you get pie, you get the phone in your pocket, right? Like an Apple phone. And that cascade runs whether you asked for it or not, right? And the contrast between word trials and non-word trials isolates what's happening with that cascade, okay? Behaviorally, nothing, okay? There's no difference in reaction time. There's no difference in the errors, but the difference was in how long the response lasted. So, what they did was they summed the semantic signal across 6 to 14 second windows after each stimulus. Okay, so like what they did was they scanned and like targeted the scan and isolated that signal, the brain lighting up, for 6 to 14 seconds after they showed you whatever the word was, apple or gibberish. And controls carried more of it than practitioners did. So controls were basically holding on to that word and cascading longer than the Zen practitioner. The strongest was in left angular gyrus and left superior frontal gyrus, so the two regions whose activity tracks the amount of task unrelated a thought a person is having. The effect was absent in the posterior and the middle cingulate, right? So what that means, let me translate that for you. What it means is both brains recognized the same pattern. One brain was able to recognize the task it was given and release the train of thought faster than the other. Now, there are 3 caveats to this, okay? First is under standard modeling, this result doesn't exist. Okay, so it's like this is a phenomenon that you have to have physical evidence for. You cannot model this behavior. The authors fit the ordinary hemodynamic response function. I'm sorry, when they fit the hemodynamic response function, so like the amount of blood circulating in the brain and the response to that stimulus, meditators and controls do not differ in any region. All p-values were above 0.2, and the whole brain comparison found nothing either. So the group difference appears only when the tail of the response is modeled with a more flexible spline. The authors were very open about it because response duration was the quantity they set out to measure. And so the standard model that just looks like at instantaneous idea recognition and reaction wasn't what they wanted to model. And that's what the standard attention models are designed to model. So it still means that finding depends on an analytical choice, right? Like I can't just take a bunch of brain scans, feed it into AI, and then tell it, find me where I have a p-value above 0.2 within this 3-second window, or this 3 to 6-second window of seeing a word. What I have to do is actually look at each scan and say, within a certain time horizon, look at the way that the brain activity decays or gets agitated over that time period. So anyone that's running a study in the future is going to have to take that into account, right?
Petals?
So adequately uh, uh, adequate powering for the effect that they report means that you have to have a larger sample size in order to benefit from the analytical dirty model. Okay. They also compared people who already practiced against people who didn't. The authors named the alternative reading directly, right? So they said that pre-existing difference sorted people into practice rather than practice producing the difference between them. So in essence, what they're saying here is we chose to have the design of the study illuminate the difference between a Zen practitioner and a non-practitioner, rather than saying that the result of observing a practitioner versus a non-practitioner is what produces this difference, which is kind of cool. Hey, Twisty, how are you doing? A longitudinal design with random assignment would settle that fact, and the difficulty with that is you simply can't get that kind of stuff funded, especially right now. So one more thing from their discussion in their paper that was really cool was the clinical relevance they point at is conditions characterized by excessive
Petals?
rumination. This is super important because what I have just described to you without actually saying the words is when you have a cascade of thought, apple on a tree, picking an apple on a tree, making a pie going to your grandma's, making calling your grandma on the phone to FaceTime her, and you happen to have an apple, and it's an Apple phone, and then you're living in the Apple ecosystem, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That can, if a person does not feel autonomy and control over that process, it can turn into something called excessive rumination. Different categories of mental illness or mental health disorders experience this to varying degrees. Obsessive compulsive disorder, anxiety disorders, major depressive disorder, all of those are very, very, like, that is one of the diagnostic criteria. They're very susceptible to excessive rumination. It's called excessive rumination, where you like cascade from one point to the next, to the next, to the next. So the capacity they think that they're measuring in this study is the ability to terminate a cascade of self-referential thought. Okay. There is another study that I alluded to where they do a similar operation to a mind where the cascade is a trauma response, and that has a different scientific implication for whether or not an individual can benefit from a meditation practice. So in this case, if you do not suffer from excessive rumination, but you have kind of relational things where you go apple, pie, phone, grandma, etc., and you struggle to come back to center of I inhale, exhale, a seated Zen ritualistic practice is extremely helpful because it gives you self-discipline to redirect the mind when it wanders. Okay? So that's Zazen meditation. Let's talk about Vajrayana, which is the kind of yogic tradition, or Dzogchen, which is a Tibetan Buddhist tradition. Uh, eh, I just Okay, hang on. Detour slightly. Yogic sciences, like Kriya, Raja Yoga, etc. Vajrayana is a tradition of Tibetan Buddhism. Under Vajrayana, there is the Dzogchen Buddhist lineage, um, that has a practice of mantra and satsang, where you come together as a group to practice meditation, and then there's a whole bunch of austerities that you observe. Okay, um, so that's kind of like the thing. If you're asking about Zazen, it's hang on just a second. It's this Zazen, Zazen, Zazen. For Dzogchen Vajrayana, they kind of live under this Tibetan Buddhist lineage. Rigpa is a central term, usually rendered as knowing, or alternatively as pure awareness. Alongside it, you also get deity yuj, or yoga. Yuk, yuk is the Sanskrit word for to yoke or to join. So often it's joining inhale, exhale, sun, moon, male, female, hot, cold, wind, earth, etc. Like the balancing of things and creating a union between them. In the Chinese tradition, and traditional Chinese medicine, that's balancing yin yang, right? Like that's kind of that whole practice. But in deity yoga is this practice where what you have is an elaborate visualization of one of the deities, of one of these entities that represent different aspects of enlightened self, and you identify with that visualization. Okay, so that's like mandalas. If you know that kind of history of mandala practice, that's where you have these really ornate drawings. You can get coloring books now where you can color in mandalas and things. But they are practices, there are different deities in the Dzogchen tradition that you are looking to at different times and for a certain period. And there's this ritual structure behind who you're looking to, or meditating on at different aspects in your life. There's iconography involved, because that's the mandala, and then there's mantra being the repetition of a phrase or word. So om, if you hear om, 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 there's a physiological reaction to that the body produces, but there's also the repetition of the brain, focusing on a series of words and sounds as a way to center, in the same way that in Zazen you're focusing on the breath and returning to the breath. From the outside, it looks absolutely nothing like a person sitting quietly on a cushion counting breaths, though, okay? And what's really cool about it is Dzogchen, Vajrayana traditions don't act like Zen either. They're not in any way, shape, or form related, in any way, shape, or form. In 2014, Ido Amihai and Maria Pozhnikov published a study that recorded EEGs and EKGs from experienced practitioners, Dzogchen practitioners from Thailand and Nepal. And they compared 4 practices across 2 traditions. Okay, so at some point, if you guys are interested, I am happy to talk you through the lineage of kind of Eastern ideologies that underpin this, but For today, I'm going to abbreviate it because I think you will all fall asleep. But there's a Theravada side, which is shamatha, which is focused attention, and vipassana, which is closer to that open monitoring, where you're sitting on the side of the road, and rather than saying, I am looking at the road and then cars are the distraction, you look at the whole scene, the road, the cars, the sky, the trees, and you just take it all at face value. Um, so on the Vajrayana side, the deity self-generation, visualization, and Rigpa, right? So this practice on the other end of the spectrum. So what Amihai and Koshnikov found in this study was like super freaking cool because Theravada practices, right? That open monitoring system produced enhanced parasympathetic activation. So that's actually the relaxation response. That's the thing that everybody associates with meditation, right? Like, ah, I'm blissed out, blah, 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 right? Vajrayana, the Dzogchen tradition, showed zero parasympathetic signature at all. What it actually produced was sympathetic activation, aka arousal, not sexual arousal, arousal to stimulus. Hey Sharp, how you doing? So here's the cool thing about it, right? You have two things that are meditative practices. Very, very important practices. But they move the autonomic nervous system in very, very opposite directions. So they went on and they said, oh, this is interesting. I want to kind of deep dive more. So what they ended up doing, there's a whole list of caveats. I'll cover those in a second. But in their second study, what they did was they said, okay, we are going to try to recreate the infamous study of the brain scans. And we're going to say, hey, practitioners, this is a task for you to do immediately after you practice your meditative ritual, whatever that looks like. And what they found was there was a performance increase, but it only jumped for folks that had Vajrayana practices or those arousal-based practices, because the authors conclude it led to an enhanced phasic alertness that was driven by that arousal, which basically means is because I did not sedate the brain and I did not sedate the autonomic nervous system, I was able to adapt and adjust to a cognitive task faster than I would if I had blissed out, zenned out, and taught my mind to focus singularly on one task and then immediately ask it to switch. Why is that the case? It is basically a function of what Zazen is doing, which is tonicking the mind against thought cascade and activity, whereas Vajrayana practices or Dzogchen Buddhism is more focused on activating the brain to improve the retention of teachings and the application of teachings in one's life when you are in Sangha, when you are in community and you are now listening to sacred texts and participating in the digestion of that text. Okay, now there are a few caveats. Okay. The tradition with the ritual and the iconography produces the state, essentially, that you want before a competition. It's arousal, it heightens your senses, it heightens your response time. The plain one on the cushion essentially produces relaxation. This is really cool, and there's two limitations. First, the sample size of that study was extremely small. Experienced Vajrayana practitioners around the world, especially in Nepal and Thailand, are extremely hard to recruit. And the practitioners come from very, very different cultural backgrounds. Theravada from Thailand and Nepal, Vajrayana was from Nepal. You have to know the socio-political conditions existing in Thailand and Nepal in let me remind myself, 2014. Okay, there was a lot of political unrest in the region at the time. So the tradition and the culture moved together in this design, and the study is incapable of parsing them. Okay. So the degree of activation in each branch, the degree to which Vajrayana um, will cause arousal states of the mind that produce the ability to apply deep cognitive work to a singular task more quickly than zazen, essentially. Okay. So, a cultural confound can inflate the effect size. So producing a sign reversal in the autonomic data is possibly like a heavier lift. I just wanted to caveat that. But researchers who find what they are looking for do not usually publish a reversal. Okay. So if what they end up coming up with is actually the cultural um, context of this study and a broader subset of practitioners revealed that this is not the case, you're not necessarily going to see these exact same researchers publish that report unless they are in a very strong position to uh like recant or restate. And so that's why whenever you're working with anything like neuroscience, you have to look for the latest and greatest literature and look for individuals that are willing to kind of look into and describe who their thought process and their kind of lit review is coming from. Hello, run until you fly. Welcome in, Raiders over on Valora. It's so good to see you. How are you doing today? Hello, hello, hello. How was your stream? We are currently doing Science Sunday. Which is super, super fun. We're talking about the science behind meditation. Ron, what were you guys doing on stream today? And I'm so sorry, I don't have all of my setups set up for Valora yet, but thank you so much for being here. I will be paying attention. Please make yourselves at home. I also like the kitty, the cat licking. That's adorable. Allow me to introduce myself very briefly. I hope that you'll get cozy. My name is DG. I'm new to Valora. I am a Coyote VTuber. I am a geologist and a voice actress in real life. I started gaming in 2024 as physical therapy, and now it's kind of my whole personality. We call ourselves the Den. We're all about accessibility, adaptive gaming, mutual aid, chaos. Please, please, please make yourselves at home. Right now, we're doing Science Sunday, and then we're going to do a social experiment and see if, with a guided meditation, I am able to handle my cognitive reaction to my first Souls-like game a little bit better. Have a good night, have a good night, KD. Sweet dreams. Take care of yourself. Sending you all of the love. Okay. So, if these individuals did this study again, and like the way that you would address this is you would bring folks in with matched cultural backgrounds, and then you rerun the same study, even if it's a small sample set. What you're doing is you're removing that potential for cultural bias. Okay. Um, there is another study from Richard Davidson and Antoine Lutz from just over 20 years ago that appeared in PNAS, which is a psychological and neurosciences journal, where they looked at long-term Tibetan practitioners generating a non-referential compassion. And they also looked at how these practitioners were able to self-induce sustained high amplitude gamma band oscillations in a 25 to 42 hertz range. There was some phase synchrony in the study that was oh, most pronounced over the frontoparietal electrode. So it's like in the uh, frontal lobe region of the brain. But essentially, what this study was looking at was when these Tibetan Buddhists did a loving kindness practice, uh, where what you do is um, you start with like just yourself, and then you expand the circle and you say like, may all beings be free, be safe from harm, um receive only good things, etc., etc. And then it's to somebody that you love, and then it's to like family and friends, and then you expand it to like your extended family or your chosen family, and then you expand it further and further and further until there's no self-reference. It's just all beings everywhere, all at once. Okay, and it's called loving kindness meditation. Um, and what they said was that the gamma to slow oscillation ratio was elevated before they even started their practice at resting baseline. So this means that their ability to keep their mind stable and relaxed and focused before they even started the practice, it was already at a heightened level compared to a general population. That study, again, very small sample size, it was very cross-sectional, and those practitioners had been um had over 10,000 lifetime hours of a meditation practice between them. So that's the equivalent of saying to someone, you have had a career in this and you know this inside and out. You're retiring now. Um, it's teaching you is what a trained state will look like. Okay, so it's like looking at what's a good example? I don't know, like a concert celloist. Um, and it tells you like what 40 years of playing bells uh would look like, what it does to like the hand, right? Like being able to hit those same chords, those same progressions, um, using the bowing arm exactly the same every single night for 40 years, right? It says nothing about what it is for an individual to start an 8-week mindfulness course on an app or go through cognitive behavioral therapy for a couple of months. Okay. Um, so that's the caveat. A lot of people, there's a lot of Instagram psychology and TikTok psychology and YouTube psychology floating around where they showed you that like if you meditate you have a more elevated self-expression from day 0, blah 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 blah. No, that correlation is not causation. It is, they have spent a lifetime training themselves to be equanimous in their thought, and because of that, it doesn't activate any part of the effort centers of the brain in order for them to achieve that state of equanimity and compassion. Okay, so there's another there's another practice called pranayama or mantra, which is related to Vajrayana. Uh, it's adjacent, okay, but pranayama and mantra are the Hindu yogic philosophies. They're two aspects of yoga. So you have like asana, pranayama. Um, I'm forgetting all of them that fall under like the royal yoga lineage, like Raja Yoga. And these are not focused on the brain. These are purely physical. Okay, so now we're only talking about the body, where the mechanism is super concrete. And what you can actually do is you can barricade that physical reaction and study just the physical reaction. And that's exactly what Luciano Bernardi and her colleague or his colleagues did in 2001, and then they published in BMJ. So they used 23 healthy adults, no chronic illnesses. They controlled for age range. They measured breathing rate, blood pressure oscillations, baroreflex sensitivity, while participants did 4 things. First, they said, we want you to breathe normally. Then we want you to talk normally. Then we want you to recite Ave Maria in Latin. And then we want you to recite Om Mani Padme Om Om. Om Mani Padme Om Om. Okay? The rosary and the yoga mantra both slowed respiration to almost exactly 6 breaths per minute for every participant. Baroreflex sensitivity rose from 9.5 milliseconds per millimeter of mercury to just over 11. Baroreflex sensitivity is essentially your blood pressure control loop, okay? So pressure sensors in your carotid arteries and aortic arc are what feed the brain stem, which then goes, oh, I need to adjust the heart rate. And it reduced baroreflex sensitivity is an independent predictor for heart disease, like outcomes of negative outcomes of heart disease, like stroke or high blood pressure or hypertension, et cetera, et cetera. You feel like anything mental is a skill, and in order to get better mental health, you first need to know how to develop better mental health, then practice it for weeks or months or years. Yeah, Dippy Stick, you're not wrong there. You're definitely not wrong there. And Ace said, I've never given thought to this. That's what we do around here. Okay, so 6 breaths per minute, right? It's a respiratory rhythm that is kind of cool because it lands on top of the oscillation of the cardiovascular system. So 2 rhythms couple, and the coupling amplifies both. So over the course of 60 seconds, if you're taking roughly 6 breaths per minute, you're taking 1 breath per 10 seconds, 5 seconds in, 5 seconds out. That is, if you do that on repeat and you start holding it, you slow it down. 5 in, 5 hold, 5 out, 5 hold. That's box breathing. And that is what an individual can use if they're having a panic attack to start to get themselves under control. Okay, so there's 2 rhythms at play, the breath rhythm and the heartbeat. And that coupling is a positive feedback loop where one affects the other, affects the other, affects the other, affects the other. But the mechanism is the rate. So a Latin prayer and Tibetan mantra produce the same physiological response because they both take 10 seconds to say. There are 2 very, very different, very, very unique, very, very specific contemplative traditions that are geographically separated. Doctrine-wise, they're completely unrelated, and they independently converged on a verbal formula whose length happens to land on the resonance frequency of the human cardiovascular system. This is what, when you hear people talk about the science of yoga or the science of whatever, the science of meditation, this is part of what they're referring to. There is ancestral wisdom that experimentally they arrived at conclusions about, but they didn't have scientific instrumentation that allowed them to develop these into what Western science considers theories. These were just traditions, because nobody in either one of these practices knew anything about measurability associated with baroreflex at the time. Okay, there were other scientific methodologies that each of these traditions used at the time, but what they did was they found it by iterating on what felt right across centuries, and then they decided to keep what works. Okay, and then there's a second mechanism involved. Christiana Zolano, Christiana Zolano published in the Journal of Neuroscience with her cohort in just over a decade ago in 2016. And they were recording intracranial EEG from 7 patients with medically refractory epilepsy, people who essentially had electrodes implanted in their brains for clinical reasons to try to interrupt epileptic episodes. So breathing entrained local field potential activity in the piriform cortex, which is olfactory, and amygdala and hippocampus, which are not. Oscillatory power peaked during inspiration, and the entrainment diminished when breathing was diverted from the nose to the mouth. So here's
Never
the
had
next
anything
practice.
Like it. It says it's mayonnaise, ketchup, and wash your sister's sauce.
Did you just say wash your sister's sauce? First off, you shouldn't be washing your sister.
First off, you shouldn't be washing your sister. Good job, Twisty. So this is the cycle breathing that if you take a yoga class, the ocean breath or ujjayi breathing or ujjaya, that's this. Okay, so inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth. Inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth, or alternate nostril breathing is another practice. What they found by running a parallel study in quote unquote healthy subjects or subjects that weren't subject to electrode based therapies for epilepsy, that breathing phase influences both performance on fear discrimination and memory retrieval. So if you're if you are experiencing cognitive impairment where due to trauma, for example, your body is not allowing you to discriminate between active fear-inducing things and phantom fear-inducing things. Breathing phase, by interrupting the breathing phase, you can improve the performance of your brain's ability to recognize here and now versus then and not. And it also affects the performance of your memory retrieval, how effective and how accurate that memory retrieval is. So, every pranayama tradition on earth specifies nasal breathing, breathing through the nose. None of those traditions at the time could have known why, but there is now a candidate mechanism. It's that the airflow through the nasal passage is doing something that airflow through the mouth can't. Okay, it can quite literally improve the way in which your brain retrieves and responds to memory and stimulus. Okay, now here's the caveat. Okay, the electrodes for the epileptic patients were placed where the clinical team needed them, not where the researchers would have chosen. Okay, so it's and everyone that they studied did have epilepsy. So by virtue of having a chronic illness, they didn't say this explicitly in the study, but in the interceding decade, we've learned a lot that chronic illness causes chronic post-traumatic stress syndrome in bodies that carry chronic illness because of the heightened flight or fight response that you live with on a daily basis. So the effectiveness of the nasal passage breathing and this associated pranayama practice tradition can't be disentangled from the fact that this was epileptic patients that were undergoing or participating in this research study. Okay. The next thing is mindfulness in daily living. And this is the thing, if you read like Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance or Everyday Zen or Walking in Peace or any number of those things, this is the one that influencers and everyone got a hold of, and it has been turned into this institutionalized practice, not just in popular culture, but also in cognitive behavioral therapy. So mindfulness-based stress reduction, there was a clinical descendant of it, which is now used very, very broadly in like BetterHelp and all of those apps, or if you do like an app-based therapy yourself, It's called mindfulness-based cognitive therapies. So, what does this mean? It is a package. It is a discrete program. It runs 8 weeks. It's weekly classes that last roughly 2.5 hours. Sometimes there is a full retreat day at week 5 or week 6. There is 45 minutes of daily home practice, which is north of 40 hours over the course of 2 months. Any clinical trials that are conducted using mindfulness-based stress reduction or mindfulness-based cognitive therapy are based on these packages. And it's definitely not the listen to this 10-minute sleep cast and feel better, okay? So Goyle and their colleagues published in JAMA's Internal Medicine 2014 edition, a systematic review and yet another meta-analysis where there was moderate evidence for improved anxiety symptoms with an effective size of just under 0.4 at 8 weeks and 0.2 at 3 to 6 months, okay? So moderate evidence for depression, 0.3 at 8 weeks, 0.2 at 3 to 6 months. Moderate evidence for pain management, 0.3, and small to moderate throughout the rest, okay? The same paper found no evidence, though, that meditation programs outperformed any active treatment, including drugs, exercise, drugs being like SSRIs, first generation SSRIs, exercise, or other cognitive behavioral therapy interventions. Okay, so that was the foundational thing. From 2014 until very recently, doctors said, help do meditation, do your breathing, practice mindfulness, and you'll see improved anxiety, right? Generally speaking. But also make sure that you're exercising and you're eating right and you're getting enough sleep, and here's your SSRI. The dialogue on this changed in 2023 when Hoag and colleagues published in in a sister journal, JAMA Psychiatry, what they called the TAME trial, TAME. 276 adults with generalized anxiety disorder, social anxiety disorder, panic disorder, or agoraphobia. Okay? They randomized 1-to-1, 136 to the 8 weeks of MBSR, 140 to escitalopram, flexibly dosed between 10 to 20 milligrams, depending on what their psychiatrist at the time was planning on prescribing anyway. And the primary outcome was something that is used now called the Clinical Global Impression of Severity scale. So pre-specified non-inferiority margins were negative at just under half point. The between group difference came out negative in this one. Let me pull up the actual study. 1 second. Let me pull the study up again out of my research. This was the point where I said I didn't get quite the same outcome. I didn't quite get the full outline worked out. Okay, let's read through these stats and then I'll tell you what it is. So standard error was 0.1, which is really good. 95% confidence interval of negative 0.3 to 0.2. So it's consistent with the prior generation. The lower bound sat inside the margin. Okay, MBSR met non-inferiority. Okay, that's great. So 10 patients, 8% discontinued. Oh, interesting. So 10 patients, 8% of the study participants discontinued the drug intervention because of adverse events. So that's any kind of reaction to drugs, okay? At 6 months, 52% were still taking the medication, 28% were still meditating regularly, and anxiety scores stayed improved across both generations. So, okay, let me explain all of this now. So, CGIS, or the Global Clinical Global Impression of Severity, is where a clinician rates the patient on a scale of 1 to 7, where 1 is normal and 7 is among the most severely ill or the most severely afflicted. Okay, it's a very crude instrument because it's a global judgment rather than a clinical symptom count. So it travels across 4 very different anxiety diagnoses, okay? A standard trial is always going to ask you, is A better than B? But what happened in this trial is the researchers said, is A close enough to B that the difference doesn't matter clinically? Okay. The second question is, how are we going to define like close enough in this case? Because if we're defining it in advance and in writing, then we're protected. But if we're defining it after the fact, when we look at the research, then what we're doing is we're biasing ourselves because we can declare victory by picking a threshold after the fact. So what we were saying was a negative 0.5 is the definition of quote close enough. Okay. So that was their predetermined thing where they said if we have a negative correlation of 0.5 or 0.9495, then like the meditation versus the drug intervention is negligible. Like there's no difference. And they said if the MBSR comes out worse than a citalopram by more than that 1/2 point, the study will have failed. So as long as it's before the fact, it's okay if they eyeball the margin. So no, what they have to do is they have to generate a model based off of the clinical criteria and the observed severity. And they have to say, based on this subset of patients or this subset of candidates, this is where we're going to say that our study failed and we cannot prove either correlation, or we can't say that the meditation or mindfulness based cognitive behavioral therapy has made a difference. So what they ended up finding, right, was 0.07 points on that 1 to 7 point scale. Effectively, it was nothing. Okay. Even at the worst end of that range, MBSR is 0.3 points behind, which is still inside what the researchers defined as that quote half point tolerance level, right? So, what it came out with was you can't say mindfulness based practices are better than escitalopram, or they're identical. Okay, it's saying that the difference between them is negligible, but you can't prove one over the other. The reason that this is important is because what they did find was at the end of the trial, the two arms looked identical. So once you got far enough removed from the study, half of the study participants still on the drug, roughly a quarter were still practicing, and the treatment essentially only works while you're doing it. And as soon as you stop the practice or the drug intervention, the quality of life outcomes or the management of the symptoms or the severity of the symptoms changes dramatically. Okay, so the reason that I included this study is because there's so much disinformation floating around social media right now about mindfulness outperforms SSRI drugs. It doesn't. That is not what this study claimed. And this is the study that they're all citing and that they're all passing around, and that's why they're all pushing meditation courses on you that they're selling. They don't outperform. What they learned and what we learned from all of the other studies that we talked about so far is that 45 minutes per day is harder to sustain for some individuals than the cost of swallowing one pill, right? But if you sustain the practice or sustain the daily medication regimen, your outcomes are improved versus having no interventions at all. And it becomes a matter of what is the thing that you are most likely to adhere to. Some brains are wired to resist medication. It's just no matter how hard you try, that is always going to be harder for you than sitting down and having a 45-minute per day mindfulness meditation practice. But you have to be willing and have the self-discipline to do that. If you don't have the self-discipline to do that, then building a self-discipline around once a day medication will be easier and produce similar outcomes. Okay? That is the whole story that very few of these social media influencers are actually sharing, and why I thought it was really, really important for us to actually talk about this piece today. Now there is a whole thing about like neural mapping and like C-reactive proteins and telomeres and stuff like that that we could talk about. But I have been droning on about this for a while. There's some notes. Okay, so I also have notes on like when is it the wrong tool? Um oh. Let's talk about let's actually hang on. Let's talk about the neuroscience behind this because this is really cool. Give me just a second. You did not miss anything. No, Foxter. How was your dungeon? I'm sorry my internet collapsed. Um, uh, oh man, there's so much here. Okay, so hang on. How long have we been talking? We've been talking a while. Okay, cool. Let me come back up. Oh, that's okay. It was a crazy day. It was a crazy day. Every day for me feels like it's been crazy lately. Not sure, but I'm invested. Perfect. Okay. I'm gonna hang on just a second. Do this really quick. Okay, cool. I am. Woo! Thank you so much for gifting a sub. I so appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, let me open this thing up. Really? Is it not gonna? Thank you, Foxter. I really appreciate it. It's from my swear jar. Is it really? That's so funny. Okay, so let's talk about this. Neural mapping. Okay, so there's a little bit. The default mode network is a set of region that gets more active when you're not doing anything in particular. We've talked about this as like the passive brain in other episodes, right? Like when we've talked about this previously. It's like the neural correlate of the correlating effect of the mind doing its own thing. So self-referential processing, autobiographical thought, replaying the argument you had in 2019 with somebody right before the pandemic. Okay. In 2011, Brewer and his colleagues published in PNAS about experienced meditators and matched what they called meditation naive controls. And they scanned them during 3 individual practices. One was concentration, one was loving kindness, that non-referential compassion practice that I told you about, and then another one was choiceless awareness. What they noticed was the main nodes of the default mode network and the medial prefrontal and posterior cingulate that we talked about previously were relatively deactivated in experienced meditators across all 3 of those practices. So, in an experienced meditator's mind, you are able to turn off the constant rabble of self talk. But what they found, that's like, we've already proved that. What they did find was that functional connectivity told a way more interesting story because experienced meditators actually showed stronger coupling between posterior cingulate, dorsal anterior cingulate, dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. So that's regions that have previously implicated in self monitoring and cognitive control. Essentially, those meditators had trained themselves to voluntarily activate and have neurons preferentially light up in those segments of the brain. And those were present at baseline before they ever started meditating. So that meant that they had decreased instances at baseline before they ever started meditating of the mind wandering off on their own. Dima, what is your question? You don't have to wait. So there's this like, oh my God. Okay, there's this TED Talk. I couldn't remember who did it. I love and I hate TED for many, many reasons. TED was a wonderful event, and then it gave rise to a very performative style of public speaking that it feels, in retrospect, like the precursors to performatively profound AI. I like some really wonderful ideas in there, but the way that they have like commodified the way that they have their speakers present information and like created a whole almost like Toastmasters for the intellectual noblesse is just like, it's so cringy to me. Um there, the instant gratification monkey talk, that one's really good. There's also the super chicken theory one. That's great. Do you think those who don't have inner monologue have their ability to meditate affected? No. No. I confess I was in Toastmasters, so I can validate that. I confess I also was forced to go through Toastmasters in my corporate life as well. Dima, no, it doesn't affect, like, just because you don't have a what the F is Toastmasters? So Toastmasters was a public speaking training program that you get together with a group. They give you training on like impromptu public speaking versus planned public speaking. You can have like regional public speaking competitions or like do all kinds of stuff. And so like they basically give you formulas for how to speak in corporate settings so that others want to listen. It's awful. And it produces some of the most affected speakers. But like TEDx is the like, I am so wise. Like, okay, so TED actually goes so far as when they are getting their public speakers ready for a TEDx talk or a TED talk, they bring in a vocal coach to help them learn how to do the TED intonation. which is so I am a hang on, I'm going to try to do it for you. Are you ready? Okay, I have to pick something really stupid. I have to pick something really stupid. So it's like it all started one evening when I discovered that it had been so long since I drank water that I thought I was going to die. And that's when I understood what it meant to drill water wells in sub-Saharan Africa and feed the youth with wine to water campaigns. In the next 15 minutes, I am going to tell you all about my journey from that fateful night when I realized I was no longer able to drink water of my own, to understanding what it meant to bring water to the places of the world that know nothing about what it means to not have water at night. Completely nonsensical. I don't know what I just said. If you trademarked your intonation for sounding enlightened, you might be missing the point. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh, man. Okay. So that was a crazy diversion. Your mom wanted you to do that, Swan. You don't need that. You know what I mean? You're perfect the way you are. You're so perfect. But it was also where I learned to like hide accents and things, which was really, really, really freaking funny. Um, so anyway, sorry, that was a weird diversion. But now you have to go listen to, guys, while we're on this break, I want you to go listen to like a TED Talk, just like the opening of a TED Talk, and tell me that you didn't just hear that voice. It's the way that you choose to intonate and the emphasis that you place on the words and how you're thinking and making it feel like ad hoc, impromptu speech making when in fact it's very rehearsed. Oh, man. Mm-hmm. Speak naturally. It's true. Yeah. Oh my God. I just ruined TED Talks for you guys. I'm so sorry. Oh, you're never going to unhear it now. Okay. So there's this part of the story where unpracticed talking. Yeah, exactly. That's actually a great way to put it, Felix. It is practiced, unpracticed talking. Oh, man, I just had so many flashbacks. Toastmasters is funny. TED is crazy though. So there was a TED Talk. My whole diversion. There was a TED Talk that I've heard more than one, but they are you keep losing your notebook. That's amazing, Foxter. There was a study where they said like 8 weeks of meditation changes the structure of your brain. What if I told you in 8 weeks your brain could fundamentally rewire the way that it relates to the world around you, blah, blah, blah. There are several TED Talks out there, okay? And on top of that, if you go to any yoga retreat site, if you talk to any health influencer, that is where you first encounter this idea of mindfulness meditation. And it may actually be the reason why some of us started meditating in the first place. There was a study in 2011. It was Brita Holsel, Sarah Lazar, and colleagues. I referenced it earlier. Sarah Lazar, right? 2011, psychiatry research using neuroimaging. They had 16 people do the MBSR, 17 were controls, and they ran a structural MRI before MBSR and after. when they had these scans, they then did what is called a region of interest analysis to found increased gray matter concentration in the left hippocampus. The whole brain analysis found increases in that posterior cingulate cortex and the temporal parietal junction and the cerebellum. They published very, very carefully. It's one of the most careful studies because every paragraph in that study, they say something along the lines of, this is our analysis and this is what it does not mean. This is how you should not interpret it. They were so careful. They were so careful. Okay. But then 2011, mind you, when the world really needed some good freaking news, the press got a hold of it and it became 8 weeks of meditation rebuilds your brain. And that has been repeated. And the Lazar and Holzel study has been cited ever since then. In 2022, Tammy Crowell, Richard Davidson, the same Richard Davidson that I mentioned before, were at the it was in Wisconsin. What was the name of that place? I should have written it down. It was the Center, I don't know. It was like the Center for the Healthy Mind or the Center for the Mind Body Connection. I can't remember what it was called, but it's in Wisconsin. It was the oh man. Okay. Sometimes scientists will set up institutes that are interested in leveraging existing science to capitalize on that science to do confirming research. Okay, essentially, like they, in this case, the center had every institutional reason, funding, the researchers attached to it, that they really, 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 yes, yeah, it was the Center for Healthy Minds. That's it. Um, they had everything going for them to say the original finding of the Hosel Lazar et al. 2011 holds that the brain is fundamentally changed post MBSR, mindfulness based practices. They combined 2 3-armed randomized trials, controlled trials. They had more than 70 participants per group, which was roughly 4 times that original 2011 study. They did 3 separate arms, MBSR. The active control was called the Health Enhancement Program, which was exercise, music therapy, nutrition education matched with time and structure. And if you remember this from the very start of stream, a wait list. Okay. The results: no group difference in gray matter volume, no group difference in gray matter density, no cortical thickness changes, no significant within group changes. Davidson, one of the leading scholars in this field, said it was that the failure to find any systematic differences in brain structure was dumbfounding and surprising to the team. So, press gets a hold of it again. And now the press starts saying meditation doesn't work, which the same trials then contradicted. Okay, the interventions worked because MBSR reduced amygdala reactivity to emotional stimuli. Okay, it increased functional connectivity between the amygdala and the ventromedial prefrontal cortex. It increased posterior cingulate resting connectivity to the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. It essentially increased self reported mindfulness. 8 weeks changed not the structure of the brain, but how the brain behaved with itself. It didn't change how much brain was there. So why didn't the original study replicate? There are four very specific reasons. And this is when you hear these headlines, I want you to train yourself to ask yourself these questions. First, 16 people is a minuscule sample size for structural neuroimaging. There are so many unknowns and uncontrollables in looking at the human brain. Small samples produce unstable effect estimates over a statistically responsible data set. And the ones that do reach significance are systematically overestimated because they are extreme outliers in such a small sample size. Two, if you remember that having a wait list means you have no active control, or not having a wait list means you do not have an active control, the first study didn't have an active control. Okay. Three, the regions of interest were selected a priori from literature that was itself small at the time. So when the prior is built on thin evidence, the confirmation is worth way less than what it looks like it should be. Okay. And then Crawl used more modern and more sensitive processing pipelines, then ran the older pipelines as sensitivity analyses to check. And then that result held either way. So the most useful thing is that if you come away with nothing tonight, a single small study published in a very good journal by honest researchers can be completely wrong. The correction came from inside the field from a lab invested in the original result, and then they published it anyway. The way that the press reads that is great example here. Coffee is great for your heart. Coffee is terrible for your heart. Coffee is great for your heart. Coffee is terrible for your heart. Coffee is good if you drink 2 cups. Coffee is good if you drink 5 cups. Coffee is bad for you if you drink 2 cups with milk. Coffee is bad for you if you drink 5 cups with no milk. It goes on and on and on. Okay. That's the way the media picks it up. What researchers are doing is if they have the cojones to go ahead and say, hey, we have founded an entire center to research this thing. And then, hey, lo and behold, gray matter doesn't grow with, with meditation because we have a finite amount of gray matter. But the way that the mind works is that is a way more interesting thing, ouch, for the study, for the group to study moving forward, because now there is something new that you learned about the brain. So, how are we doing? Are we doing okay? Uh, I want to talk about telomeres and the Bosser group or the Bosser group. Um, uh, the other thing that they said, the other scientific principle is that brief interventions involved under roughly 27 hours of meditation are insufficient to produce measurable amygdala volume changes. The dose is like 40 something hours. Okay. And and the cross-sectional expert studies that we looked at, it's like 10,000 hours and up to see a change in baseline. If you know Malcolm Gladwell, he wrote a really nice book, and he and Ryan Holiday actually have a really nice thing where Ryan Holiday came to talk about his book about mastery of skills, and Malcolm Gladwell talked about his 10,000 hour rule. Um, and they talked about some of this research in that. Um, but the thing is, it is focused practice, applied practice, and amount of time in combination, and that's where that uh, idea of the cross-sectional expertise comes in. From those other studies of like the cross-sectional experts where they looked at like the Dzogchen Buddhist from Thailand and Nepal compared to the Zazen Buddhist from Nepal and said which one had more of an impact. Um, so the absence of a structural effect at 8 weeks is not evidence of an absence of an effect at a lifetime scale. Okay. But it is also, and importantly, and this is the part that I get really pissed off at scientists about because they don't state it explicitly, it is also not evidence for it. We have not run the studies because you cannot randomize people to 30 years of a monastic practice. That is such a small percentage of the population. The 10,000 hour rule being validated in a double blind randomized study is completely impossible. What you can say with confidence is anyone selling you structural brain change from a 2-month program is selling you a finding that a larger and better controlled study was unable to reproduce, even after throwing hundreds of millions of dollars at the study, at the center and at the study. Okay, so hormones, biological responses. Pascoe, Thompson, Jenkins, and Ski published a randomized control comparing meditation against active control. 45 studies um, made the cut from their analyses. Um, what they found essentially is this: all meditation reduces systolic blood pressure. Focused attention additionally reduces cortisol. Open monitoring additionally reduced heart rate. Pulled from all forms, reductions in cortisol, C reactive protein, blood pressure, heart rate, triglycerides, tumor necrosis factor alpha, across the board reduced. This is super cool. C reactive protein is essentially a generalized inflammation marker that's made by your liver. So this is the one where if you've heard, like, our environmental living has increased baseline inflammation, or you have generalized inflammation, that's the C reactive protein being overproduced from the liver. Tumor necrosis factor alpha is an inflammatory cytokine, and you know that term. You probably heard cytokine, like cytokine storm, during the start of the pandemic when people were having uh, myocarditis, like in a very small subset of juvenile uh, testosterone
Pebbles.
carrying bodies early on. And it was causing what was called as a cytokine storm, which is like a generalized inflammation causing organ failure of one kind or another. Okay. Tumor necrosis factor alpha is is one of those cytokines. Both of them sit downstream of chronic stress, and both are associated with enhanced cardiovascular risk. Essentially, what this means is if both of those things are elevated, it downshifts your hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis output. It basically shifts your autonomic balance upward, and it reduces the circulating um uh let me restate this in the positive. When you have ongoing meditative practices, it is going to reduce the pituitary adrenal output of stress hormones. It shifts, it relaxes your autonomic uh, response, and it reduces the circulating inflammatory markers across all measurable pathways. Okay. The practice family breakdown implies something kind of cool, though. It says focused attention moves cortisol, open monitoring moves heart rate. So if you tell someone that meditation lowers cortisol, you're citing a result that came from one family of practice, and then you're saying that applies to the entire category, which is not true. This is why you have to be really careful when you hear things like meditation lowers your cortisol. Now you know what to ask. What type of meditation are we talking about? Is this active attention or focused attention? Is this open monitoring? Are we talking about mantra pranayama? Are we talking about vajrayana? Are we talking about dzogchen? Are we talking about zazen? Like, what is it that we're actually talking about here? Um, the endocrine effect and the autonomic effect are also completely separate as well. Slow rhythmic breathing gets that barrow reflex change within minutes of starting. Cortisol operates on a totally different time scale and it works on a totally different pathway. Telomeres. This brings me to telomeres. Okay. Telomeres are the repeated sequences capping your chromosomes. Those things shorten every time your cells divide. So, short telomeres predict mortality and age related disease. Telomerase is the enzyme that helps restore them. And this is where we get to this idea of anti aging, blah, blah, blah. And there's an incredible amount of nuance in different styles. It's a real humdinger. Yeah. So, where would one learn more about these? Um, There's a whole bunch of studies on the autonomic nervous system response, Foxter. We'll cover a few of them here, but there's so many more. In 2009, Alyssa Epple and her team uh, proposed a model in which meditation could affect telomere length by reducing stress and rumination. 15 years after that, we hit I'm gonna put this into 3 stages. 2014, stage 1. Schutte and Malov, in Psychoneuroendocrinology, the journal, provided a meta-analysis, which is essentially, I forgot to say this earlier, think of meta-analysis as the neurobiology equivalent of a literature review for social scientists. So what they're going through is they are commenting on all of the previous studies that covered a certain topic, okay? So, over 4 randomized controlled trials, they had 190 participants, and the effect of telomerase, or that enzyme, activity was moderate, aka encouraging. Then in 2020, Schutte, Malov, Kang published in Psychology and Health about telomere length this time rather than telomerase. They had 11 studies, 12 comparisons, and overall, it was like a point 0.4 correlation. And then they trimmed one outlier, and the correlation dropped to like point, just under point 0.2. One study was essentially carrying more than half of the effect of this overall positive correlation between meditation and telomere length. Then in stage 3, 2023. Okay, so like the timeline shortened dramatically. Now we're in 3 years rather than 15 years. Boser and colleagues with Ulrich Tron published in the journal Mindfulness 25 studies, 2,099 participants, so just under 2,100 participants, 10 of which had never been in a previous meta analysis, pre registered, all open data. And the headline was that telomere length was like point 0.2, telomerase activity was point 0.4, nominally significant. And so it's like, okay, well, it looks like this idea from Elisa is holding. And then the moderator analysis is where things really fell apart. So this was like deep, deep, deep in this study, in the Boser study. The telomere length effect was driven by retrospective case control studies comparing long experienced meditators with non meditators. When you looked at randomized control trials alone and you removed the after the fact clarifying whether these individuals were long experienced meditators versus not, there was absolutely zero significant effect. The telomerase effect was driven by studies without an active control condition, and studies were all conducted within a single region. So the effects were significant only in the studies reporting no conflicts of interest. That is also um, very telling because that is very hard to do a biological study with zero conflicts of interest, because most studies are being funded by companies that need those studies in order to produce some sort of product and or drug. The length effect decreased as sample size increased, which is the fingerprint of a small study bias. Okay, so in the future, if you see positive correlation with the as the sample size increases, the overall weight of whatever it is that they were measuring goes down, you know that they had too small of a sample size to have anything statistically significant be reported out of it. So the studies were also badly underpowered as a group, and the author's own funnel analysis uh, really badly points to some sort of publication bias, um, specifically in the telomere length literature that was very prevalent between 2015 and 2024 ish. The author's conclusion, and now I'm going to paraphrase: telomere length may not be a useful outcome for assessing common mindfulness interventions, and effects of the enzyme are smaller than previously assumed and may not be specific to meditation, since other active interventions likely produced them too. The studies driving the effect compare people with decades of contemplative practice against people without. Those groups across the board differ in education, diet, exercise, smoking, body mass index, social stress, social factors, sexual orientation, sexual identity, cloistered religious population versus secularists. And the other thing that they noted was that in a socio-political context, cloistered religious populations have documented lower mortality, and that's been traced to European records back to the medieval period, because in a closed door population where you have very little contact with the outside world, comorbidities such as infectious diseases and all of that are far less. So those populations often have less confounding factors to the neurobiological analyses of their brains compared to a secular population. To the credit of the Bosair group, 2 of those studies did match on those variables, so they did try to normalize for it. But that doesn't change the fact that when you see somebody that claims meditation slows cellular aging or reverse cellular aging with meditation as a claim, now you know where it comes from and what it's actually leaving out, which is super important to keep in mind. Okay. Where are we now? That leaves us with, oh, yeah, I promised you guys we would talk about this. So, meditation is not always safe for everybody in a population. In fact, sometimes it can be really detrimental to a person's well-being. This doesn't get talked about a whole lot. Even psychologists and psychiatrists are not talking about it a lot. This is just started in like the past 6 years to be published about. But in Actus Psychiatrica Scandinavica, which is a very convoluted journal, Google Scholar dug up for me. It was Farias and colleagues did a review of adverse effects across 83 studies covering over 6,700 individuals that undertook a meditative practice. 45 of the 83 studies, 65%, reported at least one type of meditation-related adverse event. The total prevalence across all of those studies was just under 9%, and that was a 95% confidence interval, plus or minus 5 to 12%. So experimental studies reported 3.7% of at least one type of meditation-related adverse event. Observational studies, shockingly, where the clinicians had to rate the GCIS, the global clinical, basically symptom severity, right, where they're observing, had a correlation or had an observation rate of 33%. Okay, that's almost a 10% gap, which is shocking. In observational sciences, a third of the studies had at least one type of meditation-related adverse event. In experimental studies, where they were only looking at brain activation and not autonomic response, only 3.7% had some sort of meditation-related adverse event, like increased anxiety or whatever. Experimental studies rely on people spontaneously volunteering that something went wrong to the researcher while they're running the study, and it's also the person who taught them the practice. This is super important. You cannot be the teacher and then ask the student to tell you if what they did hurt, like didn't do it right for you. Okay? It's also why if somebody is being abused, you don't have them talk to their abuser about what hurt them. Doesn't work. They're not going to self-report. Okay? Super important. The Lindahl group noted that passive monitoring is thought to underestimate adverse event prevalence by more than 20-fold. Most common adverse events, by how many studies reported them? Okay, this is a long list. Anxiety, 33%. So that means increased anxiety from meditation. Depression, 27%. Cognitive anomalies or aberrations, a quarter of the population, 25%. Of the people that reported, remember, of the people that reported. So less frequent were SI, if you know what that stands for, behaviors or like gastrointestinal problems or anything like that. And those were like at 11%. So in 2021, the Clinical Psychological Science Journal published an article where they did 44-item structured interviews called the Meditation Experience Interview, MEI. And then they brought in an independent assessor to administer it so that the people asking weren't the people teaching the meditative practice. They had just under 100 participants. I think it was like 95. I think it was 95 to 97. I can't remember. I didn't write it down. And they did 3 variants of an 8-week mindfulness-based cognitive therapy program. Each item was queried for occurrence, causal link to the practice, duration, valence, impact on functioning. When they had an independent assessor, 83% reported at least one meditation-related side effect. 58% reported effects with negative valence. 37% reported negative impacts on their ability to function. 6 to 14% reported lasting negative effects that clustered around dysregulated arousal, hyperarousal, and or dissociation. All they changed was the person asking them, did you have an adverse event during this session? The conclusion of the 2021 study was that the meditation practice in these programs was associated with transient distress and negative impacts at rates similar to other psychological treatments. Psychotherapy essentially has side effects. Exposure therapy has side effects. Meditation is not uniquely dangerous, but meditation research has been uniquely bad at measuring what every other type of cognitive behavioral therapy treatment literature measures as baseline routine. And I found that astonishing. So the taxonomy, okay, so uh in the varieties of contemplative experience study, this one took 10 years, and they published in 2017. So it was like 2005 to 2015, I think, is the duration of the study. It generated over 3,000 pages of interview. Now, remember that this is before AI, so these researchers had to actually dig into correlations and analyses by hand. Okay. They had 60 practitioners with equal representation across Theravada, uh, Zen, Tibetan lineages of a meditation practice, plus 32 experts, meaning teachers and clinicians, interviewed about what they'd seen in the students. This is so cool to me. What they developed out of this study of 10 years was a taxonomy, 59 categories of meditative related experiences across 7 domains: cognitive, which is like your ability to think; perceptual, your ability to uh become aware of things; affective and somatic, so it's um like your autonomic responses; cognitive, sense of self; and social. And then they had 26 categories that they laid out in that study of influencing factors across 4 domains. Who is the practitioner? What is the practice? What are the relationships? What are their other comorbidities in the form of other health behaviors? The single most reported category from the independent observers across all of these studies, as well as the individual practitioners at the end of each session, was fear, anxiety, panic, or paranoia. 82% of individuals would have at least one adverse experience over the course of 10 years. 43% reported re-experiencing traumatic memories. The severity factor was stunning. The median symptom was 1 to 3 years, ranging from days to over a decade. 73% reported moderate to severe impairment in at least one domain. There were increases in SI, and about 17% required some sort of inpatient hospitalization over the course of the study. So the study used something that was really cool called deviant case sampling. It's totally legitimate. It's a standard qualitative methodology. If I tested this and I fed this the research methodology into a like an IRB checking system, which is like an internal review board for academic studies, and it is an approved methodology. But what it means is that participants were recruited specifically because they had challenging or distressing experiences. Wait. This is amazing. So they had a study that reported 86% of the individuals over the course of the 10-year period had negative adverse effects from meditation that lasted anywhere on average from 1 to 3 years. And then what they did was they said, oh, we only chose people that already had some kind of traumatic experience in their lives. 4 of the people were excluded from the analysis for failing to report any challenging experiences at all. This is what we call proof testing. Oh, Foxter just typed it in chat. This is what we call proof testing. They basically created a confirming study. 73% and 17% are not prevalence estimates. They were never presented as prevalence estimates. What they were doing was describing the severity within a sample deliberately selected for the severity of the situation. Thank you for the education about this. I would have never learned or heard any of this. Absolutely. Yeah. So there was an influencer when I was doing this research for this week's I was gonna do glacier. I was gonna do glacier science. But after the carbon cycle thing, I was like, I need a break from like climate change related topics. So there was this one influencer video that I came across that was like, you shouldn't be meditating because 70% of meditators are harmed by the practice. Like, you should just be investing in yourself and your own well being by like going to retreat centers and just having a good spa day. I lost it. Like, I lost it. So, because of that video, my algorithm took me on a deep dive of this weird side of the internet that's like, mindfulness harms you, don't be mindful, blah, 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 and spend a copious amount of money on my program that I'm offering you instead. Or like, shop therapy is very good for you, like shop SOHP and not shock as in like, just to clarify that. So, what happened was somehow, this very specific taxonomic study, which was just about trying to help create a taxonomy for for scientists and researchers, for when they have to have an individual reporting negative effects from a meditation practice. They have the ability to judge the severity within a framework of lasting duration, overall severity of comorbidities going into the thing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, what ended up happening is the study looks on the surface like it is really, really, really unethical. But what they were trying to do was, if a person had some sort of dissociative or derealizing episode after a retreat, that individual had no vocabulary for what was happening and no evidence that anyone else had experienced it. So there was no way for the researchers to map that experience, which meant any study being conducted where a person reported a negative impact due to the meditation practice itself, they didn't have a map to show them how to characterize those results. Okay. So, if you want to talk about prevalence of how often somebody will experience negative outcomes in a general population where they don't have a severely cognitive a severe cognitive impairment from a traumatic experience, you're talking about less than 10% of the population. But who's at elevated risk? Right? That becomes the next question. The other thing that I want to note is the individuals, 41% of the individuals that started reporting difficulties were practicing some form of rumination for over 10 hours a day. Tell me that you can't just sit there and think about whatever you think about for over 10 hours a day and then say, man, I really don't like my brain and I'm dissociating from my brain. Of course you would. Okay. So now we have the taxonomy, which is really, really important. So we're like, what? How do we move forward from here? I love this. This was so much fun to research. So predictors, right? Like, who is going to be at elevated risk of adverse impacts from mindfulness-based practices? 2025, we finally got that. So Canby and colleagues published in plus one of 2 mindfulness-based program trials for individuals with active depression. So they had
Good
major
job.
depressive disorder. Thank you, Ace. Thank you. They had, let me see. In the one study, they had like 52, and in the other sample, they had 104 participants. Okay, so trigger warning here. Total childhood trauma and childhood SA predicted worse depression outcomes if a person meditated across both studies. If an individual had experienced SA in their lifetime, it predicted that they would drop out of the study completely without completing it. Subclinical and past PTSD symptoms predicted lasting, aka chronic, meditation-related adverse effects. So what the researchers recommended here, and I want you to be very aware of this if you are an individual that suffers from any of these experiences, when a therapist recommends meditation or they tell you to start a mindfulness practice, you have to advocate for trauma-sensitive modification to those programs, which requires specialized training for the provider. It's called trauma-informed cognitive behavioral therapy. It is active safety monitoring of the individual during and after the sessions, as well as participant screening and education of the participant of what these adverse effects look like in the form of that taxonomy that was published in 2023.
Petals?
The other thing that happened is the practice type. So this was really cool. So Cullen and colleagues in 2021 did what several other studies referred to as the dismantling trial. So 104 participants with mild to severe depression and anxiety randomized into 3 different types of programs. Full MBCT, mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, which contains both practice types, focused attention alone, and then open monitoring. Structurally, you should probably switch categories. Structurally, they matched on everything: program length, materials, class size, instructor training, homework that they were given. At 8 weeks, all 3 looked broadly comparable, which is what you'd get if you only measured at the end of the study, which is what most studies do. Cullen and colleagues said, no, because we know that these changes happen over the duration. So we want to measure the trajectory instead. We want to predict consequence, not just outcome. Okay, so for focused attention, that had an upward trajectory. It improved fastest and it produced the fewest deteriorations during the treatment. But then all of the gains associated with focused attention were lost and then deteriorated in depression by week 20. So you had a brief increase when a person had severe depression or severe anxiety at the very start of the program. By week 8, you were looking at positive outcomes. But when they were no longer in a focused, structured setting, they no longer had the ability to manage those practices on their own, and it caused worsening symptoms of depression up to 3 times the distance out, right? Like over another 10 weeks out.
I can smell you.
What do you mean you can smell me? That's creepy, Twisty. Open monitoring improved slowly, but it lost treatment gains for anxiety. And then at week 20, anxiety in the open monitoring system was higher than in the mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, and it was higher than in focused attention. And the authors were very careful because they said that the differences did not survive correction from multiple comparisons. So it was like this was negligible. However, like the logic test of this really works, which is if I train a person with severe anxiety to take in all things in their surroundings simultaneously and add no weight to any of them, and the brain is wired to see everything as a threat, then of course the individual is going to have increased anxiety the more they practice open monitoring, because hypervigilance is going to become a practiced baseline for them. MBCT, the combination, showed the most favorable long-term pattern for depression, okay? MCBT and open monitoring showed deterioration at multiple time points throughout treatment. So, fast relief had a rebound, slow onset with anxiety, cost, and the combination that takes the longest holds the best, right? It depends on which practice you're handed, when you're handed it, and if you have somebody holding your hand while you do it. The rumination, we talked about this very briefly, but Gu and colleagues, I want to jump back to 2015, they did a meta-analysis equation model that supported mindfulness, rumination, and worry as significant mediators of the effect of mental health outcomes. So basically they said, if you practice mindfulness, reduced rumination is one of the pathways in which like you can access relief. If the therapeutic mechanism runs through changing your relationship to internal content, then that practice necessarily works by directing sustained attention at that internal content. Okay? There is absolutely zero version of any mindfulness practice where you are not at some point directing attention at internal content, such as acknowledging a thought or sitting with whatever the emotion is or whatever. And I love this. When you have a nervous system where the internal content is intrusive and where your baseline arousal is already dysregulated, or where dissociation is already an available and active response, then sustained undirected attention to internal experience is an active intervention that has an obvious failure outcome. Okay? So open monitoring is doing something structurally. Yeah. And what's the name of the study? The name of the study was, hang on, I have to look at my, give me a second. I think it's down here. Give me a second. Grab this. Hold. I should have written the names of the studies down. How do mindfulness-based cognitive therapy and mindfulness-based stress reduction improve mental health and well-being? A systematic review of meta-analysis of meditation studies. Gu, Strauss, Bond, Kavanaugh, 2015. It's in NIH. Let me see if I can just share the link here. I'll just share the DOI. It may no longer be published because of the US government. These things are not supposed to be talked about right now. Okay. So, okay. So what they ended up saying was, what you're doing is you're instructing, when you're doing open monitoring, what you're doing is you're instructing yourself to stay with whatever arises. Nothing was talked about on the It's Miss TG stream on August 23rd, 26, exactly. Um, for most people, like, that's the whole point, right? Whenever you kind of like focus on a thing, then that's the thing that you're focused on. But for somebody whose internal weather is actually a threat to their own well-being, what you've done is, by telling them to practice open monitoring at all times and keep the focus wherever I put it, now you removed their exit sign, and then you say, okay, practice sitting in the room that's actively on fire. Okay. Emahayan Kozhinovic, earlier on, talked about like arousing by design, right? Like we talked about Dzogchen being an arousal based practice where like it's really good for competitive sports. But if you're a person that is hyper vigilant, and if they're a person who is in a hyper aroused state already, and you tell them to go meditate or practice like mantra without specifying which practice, what you're ultimately doing is you're creating a category error that has very significant physiological consequences. I'm going to abbreviate this part, but there's so much that goes into it. So, in 2019, Sharma and colleagues in the Irish Journal of Psychological Medicine talked about individual patient data and the self-reporting of psychosis and mania, where insomnia, low food intake, prior mental illness, stress, psychoactive substance use, et cetera, were all kind of studied, and they studied them across transcendental meditation, mindfulness, qigong, Zen, Theravada, Bikram yoga, all kinds of practices. And what the authors concluded out of that study is that causality for psychosis and mania are very, very difficult to attribute. And so, what they did say was, we cannot say that meditation led to psychosis and mania. And that there's this like whole separate body of research on the beneficial effects of contemplative practices for people with psychotic disorders. But there is a covariance indicator where intensive retreat conditions that include sleep restriction, dietary restriction, social restriction, 10 or more hours a day of demanding cognitive tasks like focusing on the breath, are all things that would destabilize a person with no meditation involved at all, um, or can increase the rate of destabilization for a person with active psychosis. Or if it's published, we can wait. Because I conduct all of this research myself, I would be willing to put this behind a Patreon wall, but I mean, this is graduate research, graduate level research that I would be giving away for free. So no, I'm not going to publish that for you, Deem. I'm sorry. But where I want to end up with this is that none of this is to say this is clinical advice, but these are general principles that follow from the papers. The type of meditation practice that you choose is a variable. If someone is handing you meditation and they're saying do meditation, you need to ask which type. The setting and the amount of meditation are also variables that you need to account for. A retreat is not a daily practice. 72% of the difficulties in studies from retreats or the immediate aftermath of negative lasting cognitive impairment A teacher who has seen difficult experiences before is actually extremely valuable, but an app as a delivery mechanism with absolutely no monitoring and no ability to notice when you're in trouble is deeply troubling, and I would not recommend investing in them unless you are under active care. Trauma history is a screening question. It should not be a disqualification. That's where Canby's taxonomy comes in. It means that you modify and you monitor. It doesn't mean that you are excluded from the practice. And if a practice reliably produces distress that outlasts the session, that's a data point for you as the practitioner that you have to act on. You either reduce or you stop the practice. Is always an option, because symptoms decrease when practice decreases, can be evidence about what caused them. So it's kind of like gluten elimination to diagnose celiac, right? Like the absence of gluten contamination will suddenly prove that you had celiac. Okay, coming back to this. I am not a clinician, and I am not going to diagnose anybody in chat. If you feel like this has described your experience, then I highly, highly, highly recommend you speak to a professional. And there is this queue right here with access. I think is it help? Nope. I can't remember the command. One of my mods might be able to find it. We have it in our back of house settings. We do have access to resources that we can direct you to, and we're happy to put you in touch with the right kind of resource. But this is not something that I am not going to therapize or diagnose or treat anybody in chat. Okay, so as we come to the end, Silinx, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? What is going on, my friend? Thank you so much for being here. Hi, hi, hi. How was your stream? I told you, Sai. I told you, Sai, what? What? We love raids. What did you tell Sai? Also, hi, Draco. How you doing? Welcome in, raiders. Sai, if you need to raid and fade, I got you. You were playing Payday 2? Tell me all about it. Oh, no. I'm not ending. No, we're just finishing up Science Sunday, and then we're going to play games. Raiders, for those of you that may not know me, hi, welcome in. My name is DG. I am a Coyote VTuber, a geologist, a voice actress, and a first-time gamer with the reflexes of a droopy houseplant.
Halves?
We're an accessibility and an adaptive gaming community, and we're really glad that you're here. Please make yourselves at home. You do heists and get money. That sounds fun. That sounds really fun. Is it a play with chat sort of game, or do you have to have like a squad? Also, folks in my chat, if you don't know Silinx, go check him out. Great human. Rumblebee, thank you for the biddies. Thank you. I really appreciate you. And folks, if you don't know Rumblebee, go check him out as well. He's such a sweetheart. But gotta fund the stream somehow. Yeah, totally fair. Very, very true. Okay, we are just finishing up our Science Sunday on the science of meditation. Okay, so what are the two things that we've talked about that get oversold and that I've seen influencers talk about? Meditation makes you a better person. Not true. Effects showed up for compassion and empathy across most studies. However, a moderate increase in pro-sociality overall does not also test for aggression indicators, connectedness indicators, prejudice indicators. The compassion effect only held under two conditions. One, when the meditation teacher in the study was a co-author on the published paper. or 2, when the control group was a waitlist rather than an active comparison. But oh, I thought you said that you got to run. No worries, no worries. Twisty, I can't believe what you did to the dragon. The mechanism is researcher allegiance. Okay, but it's not fraud. It's not fraud. I'm not accusing anybody of that. It's what happens when the person delivering an intervention is invested in the outcome and there's no blinding to protect against that, because like inherently the human tone shifts, their emphasis shifts, right? Participants read the room and they want to give the right answer. This is why having independent assessors is so important. The second thing is this really weird phenomenon, and it describes, have a good one, Sai, take care, bye, bye, bye. The second one is this really weird effect that is broadly referred to as the Maharishi effect. And it's a claim that a group practice of transcendental meditation reduces crime and armed conflict at a distance through a field effect of collective consciousness. Okay. Oh my God. This was 1988 in the Journal of Conflict Resolution. It was about Lebanon. Ormy Johnson and colleagues published it. The second paper was Hagelin and colleagues, 1999. Social Indicators Research was the journal. They reported on a 1993 project in DC where roughly 4,000 transcendental meditation practitioners assembled in DC, and the authors reported a decrease in violent crime. Both papers come out of institutions that sell and teach the technique. Methodological critiques and replies exist in the same exact journals. Now, I didn't get to read the whole journal because those are paywalled and I don't have access to those. But the problem sits way upstream of any statistics that were published in the study anyway. The proposed mechanism is a physical field effect acting at a distance on human behavior. Now, there is absolutely, it's a telepathic force field, essentially. There is nothing in physics, nothing in quantum physics, nothing in metaphysics that describes the ability for group meditation to produce a physical field effect. Time series analysis of social data involves an enormous number of analyst choices, okay? What is the window? Which are considered covariants? What are the comparison cities? What is the lag structure? Which lag structure am I reporting? What are the co-indicators? What are the socioeconomic conditions, et cetera, et cetera? Okay, with that many degrees of freedom, you cannot carry a mechanism that has no independent existence, no matter what direction the coefficients, which were ungodly high, I'm sure, point to. Bernardi proposes, well, maybe it's like baroreflex and like lizard brain calming folks collectively. But Bernardi's study, if you remember, basically said we can measure using a cuff and a heart rate monitor that certain meditation practices will reduce your heart rate and reduce the barometric reflex response, or improve the baroreflex response. If he is wrong, the cuff tells you that. Zolano looked at respiratory entrainment of the limbic oscillations, right? I can put electrodes on the brain of a person that has epilepsy, have them meditate, and look at whether or not the entrainment is there. I can see it. There's a thing. The Maharishi effect proposes a totally unmeasurable field that is detectable only through its claimed effect on dependent variables, with a group that is biased to make that observation in the first place. That right there is the basis of Scientology. That is the basis of Scientology. There are other things that have the Maharishi effect as well, where it's like if I am around this person who has attained enlightenment and I participate in the things that they did to attain enlightenment, then I too shall attain enlightenment. Okay, so, what are the things? What are the things that I want to close with? Okay. We talked about so many things. so many things tonight. What I want you to do is think about this, okay? There is never going to be one size fits all ways to improve the way your brain functions. You have to experiment for yourself, and you have to be willing to conduct those experiments under the auspices of doing no harm to self first. The other thing is, if you start a meditation practice and you don't see results in 8 weeks, it doesn't mean it failed. Okay? So, the traditions all have a very real science underpinning them. Every one of them has a vocabulary that we have now documented over 3,000 pages into a taxonomy that in Western society we can tie to these Eastern beliefs and sciences as well. Okay, so it's like Zen has Makyo, and it has a term that quite literally translates to meditation sickness. Tibetan traditions have something called nyams. Their Veda has the corruptions of insight. Okay, those words are so old, millennia old. And they exist because of observational science. The people teaching this had students that it went badly for, and they needed something to call it. So the traditions named it, right? Then modern researchers go, hey, we're over-reporting, we're under-reporting, we're doing this, we're doing this. Like, we're not characterizing this appropriately, or we're missing signals, or we're saying this is a signal when it's really just noise, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so they conduct a 10-year-long experiment, and then they go, okay, here's the taxonomy. And oh, by the way, this ancient word in Sanskrit actually communicates all of these things that contribute to Maharishi effect, or that contribute to psychosis and mania for an individual that has severe psychosis-based disorders. So the cool thing is there are hundreds of sciences that exist that you can look to help you find a practice depending on what you want to accomplish. If you want to have more singular focus for something that is competitive, then hey, go ahead and do the practices that are focused on hyperarousal, like Dzogchen and Vajrayana. If you need something that calms and improves your self-discipline and your ability to quickly shift from no concentration to concentration, and then just as quickly releasing that concentration from a task, aka not ruminating, then practicing something where singular focus and reduced cortisol is important, then you look for something like Dzogchen. Or I'm sorry, Zazen, not Dzogchen. Zazen practices. That's it. The science of meditation is actually deeply, deeply interesting. And I hope that you guys have enjoyed it. But chat's open. There's a short list of different things that we can do. If you want me to lead you in a small mindfulness exercise, let me know. But if today hit close to home for anyone and you need resources or support, let us know. Open a ticket and we will connect you with those resources. But thank you for spending so long on this with me. We were here on this topic for a super, super long time. We'll play some games, I promise. But thank you for hanging out. You're appreciated. You are appreciated, Kush. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I do appreciate it. I know it's a lot. We've been going for a hot minute. How long have we been going? Almost 3 hours. Okay, guys, I'm going to take a brief break. Oh, Kush! Thank you so much. Tame, Karpu, Llama, Coffee, Mewing, Miam, Victor Logic, enjoy your gifted sub. Uncle Kush, thank you so much. Okay, guys, I think we're gonna have to play Mistfall. Thank you for the lecture as usual. I'm stuck in ad jail, but watched on and off through YouTube. My phone glitchy. Nuh-uh, thank you. No, thank you. Can I see a whole bunch of love for Uncle Kush in chat? I think we might run Mistfall first before Soulslike, because I owe you guys like 5 spins of the Chaos Wheel. What topic did you just miss? The science of meditation. How are you doing, Dr. Naughty? If you are interested in additional resources around this, I will work on creating a whole thing. Procrastinating on English homework? What kind of English homework? Yay! Thank you. And here we need to add streak. Here we go. We're on day 12. We are 18 days away from a new game, guys. That's super exciting. That is super, super exciting. Okay. I need a brief break, rest my vocal cords, start up a game. I'll put words up on stream, and we'll when we come back, we'll have some fun. I just gave Karpu more ways to tell you to sleep. Oh, geez. That's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. Great class, thank you. You have to read The Yellow Wallpaper by Charlotte Perkins Gilman and A Worn Path by Dora Welty. Quiz tomorrow? Yikes. Yikes. Woof. Craziness. Okay. I will be back momentarily. We will switch gears. Do you guys, I'm going to put up a poll. Do you want to play Soulslike first or something? Did you guys just start a hype train? I just got the notification. Holy shnikes, you started a hype train. What was that? Thank you so... Oh my God, thank you guys. I so appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That is so sweet. Oh my goodness. Thank you. You guys are the bestest. Oh, man. Okay, Valora, hello, folks. It's so good to see you. Thank you for hanging out. So nice to be getting raided over there, too. I know we're having some difficulty with keeping the stream stable, so I do apologize for that. You guys are okay here. YouTube looks like it's running okay. Okay, cool. Awesome. Possum. What did you guys just do? An anonymous gifter. 1, 2, 3, 6? Did you guys just get... Are we still doing... We're doing the dual stream. Thank you, Anonymous, for gifting. Jespo. Gribble Christo. Miss Vaughn. Dippy Stick. Petrov and Riddler. Thank you guys so much. Petrov, by the way, is the leader of the Bear Fam, our stream team. So we're very excited about that. Thank you guys so much. We are so far over our... Oh, man. You guys are really working hard to get that 300 for the month, aren't you? Because we're at 200, 100 more, and you get a dungeon-a-thon or a raid-a-thon in Destiny 2, or an extra long, like, 12-hour stream. Because that's about how long it takes to get through all of them. I don't remember subbing, but okay. You were just gifted a sub, my person. My human. Uncle Kush, thank you. level 2 hype train reach. We're on a level 4 hype train. It's gonna take 4 subs or 1.8k bits over on Twitch to make that happen. Blade, hello, welcome in. It is so good to see you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope that you're doing well. Guess we're not going to break it. 900 subs away from ASMR story time. We could just do, we should just do that at some point. Nano, thank you for the stretch. Are we wrapping up? No, not at all. We just finished story time. So, or not story time. Science Sunday. Holy crap. Why are you throwing Nano? Is there still a thing? Yes, there is. I just need to re-enable that. Hang on, let me see if it's... Let me see if this will work. Because our bot broke. The fen. It's saying the fen. Christy is being a tsundere. Story time? Do you get a juice box? So, if you guys are now over. We have to run 2 polls. Game first. What game are we going to play? New poll. So, game. Is it going to be Mortal Shell 2? Is it going to be Mistfall Hunter? Or is it going to be Marathon tonight? We're going to run that 5 minutes. A vote if you want. Blade, when we hit our daily goal of subs, our daily goal of 10 subs, you guys get to pick what we do for the last hour of stream, which is either story time. Right now we're reading Alice in Wonderland. Unfiltered Ask Me Anything, a rock talk, a geology tour. You can make me change my game, or you can make me go to bed early. Last time, everybody made me go to bed early. So we'll have to see what everybody says. However, game-wise, what do we want to see played? Mortal Shell 2, Mistfall Hunter, or Marathon? 5 minutes on that clock. We have 1:30 left. Foxter is our biddies conductor. Uncle Kush is our subs conductor. Level 4, 4 subs, 1.8k bits to get us going over that finish line. Juice box and some string cheese. Seems that YouTube and Twitch are in sync. Let's go. Good. I'm glad to see that. I am so glad to see that, because that has been a very long fight. Also, hello to everybody on Valora. Hello to folks over on Kick and YouTube and Twitch. Thank you for being here. Pasta, I hope you're doing well. How is your day going? And while we're dual streaming on Twitch, if you gift 5, you get a sub.
Google it!
Was that John Oliver? It was, wasn't it? Twisty, what am I supposed to Google? You just had some successful gooping? Ooh, let's go. Let's go. Misty, what the hell are you doing? You're being weird. Stop it. Continue being cute, you good boy. Oh, Mortal Shell's winning. Uh-oh. You guys can flip the votes, by the way, using 20k disappointing coins. I'm just saying. Hype train success. I didn't want to walk away until we had that. Level 4, congratulations. Level 4. Thank you so much. I so appreciate it. That was super, super sweet of you. 12 gift subs, 40 bits. Let's go. That's huge. You guys are amazing. Delightful, delicious, and lovely. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I now need to run our poll for last hour of stream after this. Mods, if you can take note of what game, and then also what we're doing for the last part of stream, let me know. Just so that folks know, we still have about 2.5, 3 hours left on stream before anything. But we did it. Thank you for all of the support. We also made it over our 10 subs goal for the night. Thank you. Okay, I will be right back. I need to refill water and take a bio break, and we will go from there. Love you tremendously. Enjoy Words on Stream. I will be right back. I promise. I'm not leaving. Not leaving. Just brief bio break. Okay. Well. Looks like you guys chose Mortal Shell. Cool. Okay. Ping, pang, pong. And we tried. I think we're gonna miss it. Oh no. No. Going. I like that, Kush. Okay, hi everybody, I'm back. Hello. How doing? All right. Whoops. What do I need? Steam. There it is. Where is this game? We'll play the open beta some more. I like it. If you're back, where's DG? I put her to bed. You got me now. Okay, so here is the game. Oh, okay. Jessu, I hope you're doing okay. I know it's been ungodly hot for you. Has the heat broken yet? Oh, yeah. We need controller. That's right. Okay. Audio-wise, gonna lurk for a bit and then crash. Okay, Foxter, have a good night. Did you hear the insane news on GTA 6 leakers? Yeah, that they subpoenaed Discord records and other things to go after them? Which I thought was kind of funny. What? Yeah. A dead man switch? Really? Wait, no, I didn't hear that. Discord do be owning us, right? Okay, hang on. Trying to turn the controller on. Give me a second. Because the game felt oddly loud. Is that okay for you guys? Is it good for you? It was good for me. Okay, let's make sure we update. Okay, so here's the game. Here's the game we're gonna play. I have to practice Zen about so apparently if Rockstar or Take-Two Interactive persist on arresting any of the leakers, they set up a dead man switch to release the build online for free. Smokes, I'm satisfied. Okay, hang on. I have it at the same volume that I always have it at for you guys. It is quiet. Okay, that should be higher. It is just generally a very quiet game. Okay. What were we doing? Aside from me dying? You'll get GTA 6 before GTA 6? I guess so. It's a bold move on their part, huh? Kind of crazy. Hang on. I'm still really big on the screen. Let me fix that. Okay. Is that better? I feel really short now. There we go. That's more normal. Yeah. Okay. DG for size. Do you ever not? I mean, there are a few days that it feels less. This feels really zoomed in. What were we doing? I don't remember exploring this area at all. Ow. Oh! Nice. Oh, that was scary. I screwed that up. I wasn't concentrating. Wait, what? I feel like I ended up in a totally new area. What? Huh? Oh, that's a playtest area limit. Oh, man. We might have to just invest in the full game, guys. Because as my first Souls game, this has been really cool. Ow! Oh, ow! Why wouldn't you shoot? What? Oh, because it was... I didn't have any. Okay. Ow! Oh, I'm dead. Yep. We tried that again. Yeah, I got a shell. And I'm promptly naked again. So, that was fun. That thing is the stuff of nightmares? Nah, it's fun. He's just a cuddle bug. Get it? Sorry, that was really bad. I'm so sorry. End game. Yes, of course, end game. What did... Oh, yeah. Okay, we have not been up here. Okay, cool. Ow! Ow. Woof. Okay, cool. Okay, so we're gonna do this. Ow! 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 Woo! Okay, cool. We did it. Yay! That was scary. I'm naked. I'm only 35% back to not being naked. That's okay. I'm not sad, you're sad. Okay. I
Paddle?
see something up that a ways. What's over here? Hi, Sai. How are you? I hope you're doing well. It is so good to see you. What's new, my man? What's new? How doing? How doing? Oh, a beacon! Woohoo! We found a beacon. Mushroom Village Gate. Okay. And I got a burnt effigy. That's good, that's good. What the hell are these things? A glimpse? What are glimpses? That's cool. Let's find out. I kind of feel like if I go down... No, that's death. That down is death. What's over there? Is that good person or bad person? That looks like bad person. There, yep. You forgot to do that earlier to enter the science talk, refreshed after workday, and you fall off to die when I reply. I know, right? I just got so excited to see us, Sai. I just didn't know what to do with myself. Hey, look at that. I have a new body again. That's cool. Huh? No! Are you... Oh, come on. Yep. Too excited, have to jump off twice. Oh, man. That's okay. Give me a second. We're going to apply Zen. Breathe. This is fine. It's all gonna work out. I have zero issues at all with life, the universe, and everything. Oh. No, I'm fine. I'm kidding. I lost all of that loot. Straight ahead. Oh. Ow! Oh, sure. Okay. I don't want to be on here fighting. No. Ow. Oh, okay. Not the way to do that. You blame the wet moss. I blame my skill issue. Okay, hang on. I need to get my brain right. You know what I should have done? Hindsight being 20, 30, 50 million. I should have oh my god. I don't blame the wet moss there. My brain was never right to begin with. You naughty degenerate. Valid, actually. Super, super valid. Okay. Part of this is also me learning to use a controller. Oh, okay. I don't like fighting on this thing. I might ignore these guys or approach from the other side. I lost all my gloom again. I'm no longer gloomy. That's pro. Should I even bother? Or should we just go ahead and go cleanse this thing? Because now I lost my glimpses too. How far back do I have to go? If I want to go that way. Oh, wait, I have to go this way because the play test area is closed over there. Is what a bad thing? There is no such thing as good or bad. There. Come here. I'm not running to you. That's the definition of insanity. Come here. And up. Boom. Boom. Done. You mean impassable? Nothing's impossible. There. It was worth it. I got coin. I got coin. In different area codes, Okay, cool. That was fun. My magic only hurt a lot. Okay. Let's go ahead and go cleanse the area. Can I level up yet? No, because I lost all my stuffs. By a long shot. That is the saddest thing to look at. Wait. Look at this again. 3,200 needed. Gloom had 350. That is a very healthy way to say, bitch, you're broke. Valid swear. Oh, Jesu, you missed so many yesterday. I went back. I counted it. You only got 3. We need another 15. Oh, new weapon. Yes. Tortured tenses. Unusual pairing of a simple thieves tool. It's for charity. Yeah. It's for charity for sure. But we need to get to 37 total. Plus the 2 that just happened. So what is that, 39? 39, I think. We'll give it good measure. It's for charity anyway. It's fine. Oh! Oh, faster attacks. That's nice. Okay. I see you. Boo. I see you. No. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. We hate to beat you, but we must. Where does I needs to go? Is it over here? No. Oh, wait. There it is. Nope. You're dead. Dead. Thank you for your sacrifice. And then I need to come around to this side and say, hey, Jude. Down here. That is such a cool... Oh. Oh. No. No. Back. Oh, damn. Oh. No. Where's the other dude? Oh! He hid from me! Did you see that? That was super cool. Do it again. Neat. That was super cool. Where is my... Wait, huh? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, did I just get soft locked again? Oh, wait. What are you pointing at? Hello there. Neat. You look cool. Oh! What? Oh, that refills that. Okay. No. Did I just get soft locked again? Look, it's DG and Mortal Shell. Solo, am I locked? Did I screw up? I'm in a trap. I'm gonna stay calm. I am peace, I am calm, I am calm, I am peace. We are practicing Zen. Return to the breath, inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. How the hell do I get out of here? Do I need to be in, like, shadow form? I don't know, to be honest. Valid. And I can't jump. I think I got soft locked again, guys. Oh, wait. Just like, how do I crouch? Did I try hitting the walls as hard as I can? No. What the? Huh? How did you? What? Okay. I'm breathing. I'm breathing. Gloom. I didn't realize this until just, I've missed out on so much gloom. That's okay. Okay, well, now I learned another secret. This looks promising. No. Oh, what's the next one? No? 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 Well, that's only gonna work once. What do I do next? Nimwan, hello, welcome in. You queen. How you doing? Oh. Oh, this is so cool. What? Ow! Uh-oh. That was so cool. That was awesome. Neem, give me just a second, and then I will gladly... Oh. Ew. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Ah. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ooh. Ow. Oh. What? Oh. Oh, I am screwed? Oh, I am so screwed. Oh, I am so screwed. This is fine. Okay, well, that one's dead. Oh, neat. Okay, these copies. Ow. Oh, no. Okay, that's okay. Ow. Ow! Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh, no, I'm gonna die. Love you, you beautiful human. I missed you. Oh, no. It's okay. If we die, we die. What if I hit him? No way I survived that. Let's go. Let's go. We survived. Okay. Space burping sounds awful. Space burping does sound awful. Neem, how was your stream? I cannot believe I survived that, chat. Like, we're just gonna take a moment to enjoy this. 62% Riz, Graham? That's okay. I understand. Neem, how was your stream? You guys were playing Slay the Spire 2. Hi. How was it? That was amazing. Good luck charm worth extra 5% performance. I think it was more like extra 5% health because that was wild and so cool. Victory! So, Neem, what we've been doing tonight, we did a Science Sunday talk about science of meditation. And then I'm playing my first Souls-like game, and I'm having to try to practice mindfulness techniques while playing said game. So that is what we are doing. How was your stream? And if you need to raid and fade, I understand. I'm not going to be offended. Raiders, for those of you that don't know who I am, hello. My name is DG. I'm a Coyote VTuber, a geologist, and a voice actress IRL. And I'm a first-time gamer rehabbing a spinal cord injury, one spectacular death at a time. We are an accessibility and an adaptive gaming community, and we are so very glad that you're here. A fair warning, if Neem leaves you unattended, you'll get a bucket of dirt and a bunny rabbit. You're going to go back home a little bit cuddlier, a little bit cuter, a little bit dirtier, but I promise absolutely no worse for the wear. And lurkers, we love you. We are currently on our Twitch partner push. So if you could hang out and interact with chat in any capacity once an hour, it does help us refresh the tab and get your viewership counting towards stream. I want to be a rock for DG to study me. Neem, I will study you anytime you want. As long as you study me. Holy, that was wild and so cool. And this was neat. This was a good one. Ayo? Mm-hmm. Oh, we found a new ova. Woohoo! Look at that. Well, okay, we're gonna rest at that beacon. Nice. And then let's return to Marrowkeep really quick. Nairi, hello. Thank you so much for the daily snuggle. I hope you're doing well too. Neem, how is life, the universe, and everything treating you right now? Are you doing good? I do not have enough of these to... Do I go down here? I forget where I take the ova. Do I... Or do I have to, like, clear a whole... I forget where I take them. Was this just a dead end area? I'm doing way better now, thank you, honey. Oh, good, I'm so glad. And are you still...
Well, look
down...
what the greaser dragged in.
Down in the gorgeous country? Hearthstones, rare findings. A revered gland. The remains of a sacred organ once extracted from a god consume at a beacon. What is mother pulse? Synaptic vessel. Strange root-like growth that radiates warmth as it pulses with an unseen heartbeat. Awakens a shell's true purpose. Ah, that's what those were. Cool. Okay, we'll take those. What is an acolyte stone? Consume 15 resolve to perform a charged light attack. It has 15% critical chance. Oh, those are expensive. Unwieldy. Charged heavy attack. Which one do we want? Light attacks? Probably light attacks. I do more light attacks than heavies. Let's do that. Still in Vietnam with friends. Like heat and humidity. Love that. They are mods for the weapon. Yes. I liked Merrick. Merrick was cool. Okay, go to my weapon. This way. That's how I get there. Oh. Starstones? Ha! There we go. What is this? Oh, we got one of those. Neat. Okay, cool. Neato burrito. Okay, we're gonna go back this way. So I am also terrible at Souls-like. This is my first attempt at it, and holy, is it difficult? I'm just shy of being able to level up. Damn. All of the gloom.
I will do all that is required to serve you, Harbinger.
Harbinger will do that all that's required of me to serve you.
You find anything else out there? Anything special?
Yes.
I'm afraid I can't help you.
Ah, not
Not
special
when she's
enough.
in this sorry state.
Okay.
I'm afraid I
No,
can't
okay.
help you.
Ah,
Not when she's in this sorry
let me
state.
leave.
I'm afraid I can't
Oh
help
my
you.
Christ, I'm fine. We're
Not when
fine.
she's in this sorry
Inhale.
state.
Exhale. Okay, now. Easy peasy. Just slow down. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. Not gonna let him wash my feet again. That got a little weird. Very intimate, in fact. Let's go this way. Do 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 do. Who are you? That's just a general disciple. That's right. Okay. Well, that was fun. Let's I don't remember what to
Is
do with the
that
ova.
the thief? Let us discover his purpose.
Oh, I have something new.
together.
Together. Shell bonding. Okay. Bond tier. Shell point. Oh, okay. Oh! Okay, Teal, the Acolyte. Enter the memory. Yes. Let's find out what happens, shall we? Oh, I feel like we watched this one when we first got the shell. Wasn't there another one that we could have looked at? There were two there, right? Hmm. Okay. We're gonna try over here, and he's gonna go, no, it's not open. Locked. It's locked. Try over here, then. Is anybody going to see me? Gonna enter. Anybody home? No. All right. Give me that tincture. Alien fire teams Elite 2 in a couple of days. Aliens Fire Team Elite 2.
What are you doing here?
Uh-oh, the apothecaries. The apothecaries are angry. We're gonna go talk to him. Attack him.
Look at me.
Thank you for a great stream and Science Sunday. And thanks for hanging out in the cafe earlier. It was nice talking with you, Mead, and Najib. Hope you all have an amazing night. Have a good night, Dima. Bye, bye, bye. Thanks again. Appreciate you.
We'll see about that.
We'll see about that.
Please, you're going to hurt yourself. I'm already hurting. What's the difference?
Oh, Teal is hurting. Okay, we're gonna learn this one next. Ember of Rebirth.
Salvation. Yes, Oblate. My flesh is weak, ravaged by disease.
Oh, this is sad.
What of your spirit? Come.
What of my spirit? Spirit gone. Gone, daddy, gone. Make an offering.
I have sinned greatly, Oblate. Lying. Stealing.
Even murder.
Even murder. Worse yet, you are shackled by pity and shame. A terrible sickness.
Oh, that's sad. Is he gonna unchain my heart? Where do I go? There we go. And now I kneel before you, Oblate.
Let me see your face.
I can't. I'm sorry, David. It's just too much. Oh, forgive me, Father, for I have sinned.
It is the Emperor of
The poor guy. Poor Teal. Oof. Should we go ahead and deepen the bond again? Let's do it. Might as well. And one more. Oh, we're so close. We're so close to a level 2 on that one. Bottle of water. Thank you for the bottle of water. Man, in Elden Ring, you're maidenless. In this game, you're shackled by fear and shame. Is it too much to ask for a Soulslike to not wreck your self-confidence immediately? Indeed. Okay, what are my shell abilities? Okay, so escalation. Shadow Strike deals 150% more damage. Shadow Strike deals 165% more damage, or Shadow Strike inflicts 10 poison. That's cool. How many points do I have? Insufficient. Okay. We can now do this one. Oh, man, we have so many. Okay, hang on. Oh. Oh, no, we don't. Oh, no, we don't. Nope. Negatory. Okay. Talk.
These shells you seek, they're
Oh.
more than mere flesh.
They're
Their
more than mere
stories
flesh.
hold truth.
As
An
stories.
answer to the great question. Perhaps.
Perhaps. Indeed, Harbinger. Alone. As one is occupied in the throne. Harbinger. Okay, let's go. Where shall we go next? Where are we gonna go? Can I level up? I don't think I can. Nope, I cannot. Leave? Okay, I forget how to get out of here. Do the hustle. Exactly. Was it through here to get out of here? I run past this, and it's gonna say, "Niet, you can't have more." And yeah, see? And saying, "Don't be greedy." When you were talking, it was like a conversation with an iMac screen. Yes, it was. Okay, we're gonna use the lift. Whee! I'm not gonna lie, that was so cool. Okay, wait, what? With her, we require no sister, no lover, not even our own progenitress. Progenitor. Progenitress. She is maiden, matron, and crone. She is all. Read. And what is it she's given us in a word clarity? There is no need to doubt or wonder evermore. Oh, is that how you get the story? Oh, so cool. Anything over here? Nope, I've just completed one area. I gotcha. I gotcha. Oh! No, don't say it's a playtest limit.
Don't worry.
Oh, there you are.
Get used to it. Now go.
Now go where?
More eggs are out there. We must keep searching.
She is all. No lover? Not sure this is the cult for me. That was the wrong message to take for... Okay, it's fine. I did not pick an area. Oops. Where do we want to go? Continue on. Huh. Okay, wait. Oh. Oh, I almost fell off the edge. Okay, wait, hang on. Where are the areas that we're supposed to go? Supposed to go over yonder, a corrupted gate. I don't think I can get over to that one. Can we get over to this one, maybe? I guess we could try. I don't think we can. I think that is a long way away. DG's cult is the cult for me, though. Only if I get to be with you. Mushroom. Which gate? I guess let's go back over here and we'll venture up to the northern lot. Nairi, how are you? What's going on in your world? Are you doing good? Oh, I still love this. This is so cool. Oh yeah, by the way, what was the answer, chat? What are we doing for the last hour? What are we doing for the last hour? Did you even vote? Ask me anything. Oh, interesting. Okay, well, we should start that now then. Ask me anything. That teleportation looks pretty painful. No, 'tis a flesh wound. 'Tis fine. Only hurts if you look at it. Okay, hang on. So we want to go yonder. So I'm going to run past our trial. Oops. Because we've already done the trial. We need to go this way? Oh. We need some of those. What is Gorf? Hi, Gorf. You're Gorf. You're coughing, dude. Just a frog in my throat, so to speak. No need to fuss. Hop along. Yes, I am concerned about you. I am a little unwell. Perhaps you have a remedy? Or even a mushroom to spare? Absolutely, we do. Oh, they used to grow everywhere until they didn't because of nasty climate change. Suddenly, it's an activist game. I got a marsh pearl. Hello, Gorf. Yeah? Feel better? Okay. Nice. Okay, cool. What is your name? What is your quest? What is the capital? Assyria? Wait, hang on. Too far? Can't go that far. Is this the same thing? Yeah, okay. That's insta-death, so I can't go that way. I guess, should we go try this fight again? This fight of doom? This fight of man-death? This fight of destruction and fear and pain, and I don't like him. Oh, hey, but there's one of those healing stations, so that's kind of cool. Oh, no, we didn't make it into that dungeon because we got chased off by the man. So let's go do that. Let's just fall down the hole, why don't we? Because that's what we can do. That's super fun. This frog gives me never-ending story vibes. Puff, I don't think you're wrong. Okay, well, that sucked. Oh, look, it gave me my stuff back right here. Thank you. Oh, I feel so much better. Nom, 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 nom. So, can't go that way. Duly noted. Got it. I can't get close to that guy. Oh, damn it. He followed me. Okay. They can wait. We're gonna try to do this dungeon. Okay. Hello? Anybody home? And then we'll try the Great Arbiter of Death again, whatever his name is. I feel like I have to, like I don't have a choice. Vortex. It was a sad one, wasn't it? Neverending Story was so sad. Woo! Ow. Oh. Cool. Oh! Ow! Oh! 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 No! Sir! Don't touch me! No! Oh. Okay, hang on. Cool. There's that one. Here's this one. 2, 3. Okay, there's that. Give me shelter from the storm. And we're gonna hit. And this. I feel like that's a death trap. I feel like that's a death trap. Should I be worried about the death trap? Nah. Right? It's fine. Although first, can I... no. Death trap it is. Okay. A gate has been lifted somewhere. Somewhere like over here. Uh-oh. Oh, hello. Hi. Well, he's gonna be dead. There we go. Nice. Cool, cool, cool. Day 3, freedom is in sight. Atop the gate, the latch sit exposed. If only I had some way to reach it, but alas, all I have is this quill. Well, that's sad. Okay, let's see what we get out of this thing. Hit literally everything? Yeah, I think so. Ooh, a parasitic stone. What does this stone do, precious? Oh, this gives you leech. That was that other thing. Ah. Don't you stick that tongue out of me, boy. God damn it, Bobby. Okay. Nope, not there. If only I had something more than what I have. Do I hit everything again? Not here. All I have is this quill. Huh. Well, now we're locked in again, guys. The latch, wait, what did it say? It said the latch sits exposed. Latch. Above the gate. Oh, this thing? Haha. Fancy schmancy. That boy ain't right. God damn it, Bobby. No way, that's it. Is that everything? That's disappointing. I think that is everything. That seems oddly short. Hang on, let's try here. No? 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 What about through here? That's that room. I swear to God, I have a better sense of direction IRL, chat. I'll tell you what. I'm in danger is what. Wasn't there supposed to be a... Wait, is that really it? Because I thought the dungeons were not one way. I thought they were... Okay. Maybe I am crazy. I could have sworn that the dungeons were... Oh. Ow. Damn. I knew that was coming. Ow. Cool. Ow. Ow. Hi. Go away. Die, please. Thank you. Cool. Another burnt effigy, which we don't know what they do yet. No? Okay. Well, I do not want to fight this guy without healing up. So, what should we do? Oh. Wasn't there another lantern, like, over yonder? Was it up here? Let's see. Hang on. I don't remember. Player 1 Dylan, how are you? Where is... Hang on. That was a cleansed gate. Okay, let's go into Mushroom Village then. Oh! Oh, that... Cool. Nice. Okay, we did it. We did it. We did it. Zythos, hello. How are you? Sorry, it took a second for me to catch up with Twitch chat. How are you doing? Okay, level up. Left mouse button. Yes, please. Okay, cool. So we did that. The time on the clock was changed from 4:10 to 10:30. What was that clock? I don't know. What was that clock? I only have one. Oh, but I have one of these. Cool. The apocalypse clock? Maybe. We just used... Okay. I don't think... Okay, we're all healed. We're all healed. Do you guys want to go fight the big bad dude again, the harbinger guy or the arbiter, or should we continue exploring? Oh, there are those guys. We fought them. We fought her. Ow. That's the gate. Hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. And we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, punch! And before she can hit me, okay, cool. So we did that, we did that, we did that. That's cool, that's cool. And then... what was the thing that changed? I feel like I just missed something. Hang on, let me grab this thing. Another burnt effigy. Wait, what did I miss? What changed? Oh! Statue goes away. Okay. Well, what is... what's the point? Oh, wait, pick up what? Another burnt effigy. Okay. Did we miss something? Oh. That looks like ouchie boo-boos. Okay, cool. That wasn't so bad. Okay, get all that gloom. Feel like that's probably the edge of the world, don't you? Oh, and we did this one, right? I think we did. Did we? Yes. Yes, we did. Edge of Fate? Yes. The edge. The edge of fate. I think the only thing we have left to do, ladies and gents, is fight that big bad, the big baddie over there. So, unless, is there something over here? Oh, wait. Oh, hello. Ow. Cool. Okay. I forgot about those guys. Uh-huh. What is this? Oh, hello. You're a bad guy. Okay. Well, ow. Whoa. Whoa. Oh. Nope. Okay, bad boys. Okay, I see you. Read the tattered note. Dear Yarnut, sounds rather festive in the village today. Perhaps the trouble is over. I don't think so, my love, my darling, my sweet. I think you are in troubles. Okay, there's that. Oh! Bah! No way. Was that a trap? That was a trap. Oh, cool. Okay. Okay, I see you. Fancy schmancy. Neato burrito. Well, I just died dead. Hello, followers. I'm so sorry. I missed a raid. Whoa, I missed a double raid over on Valora. Hello, how are things going over here? They're going quite well. I am so sorry, Squidly. I don't have all of my alerts set up yet. I'm trying to keep track. How are you doing? How was your stream? Winderin and Squidly Pid. Or Squidly... Yeah, Squidly Pid. Thank you so much for the follow and welcome in. Hi. I'm so sorry. I'm still trying to figure out Valora. I thought I'd set up all my alerts. I was fighting a trap. No, I was fighting my intrusive thoughts about said trap. Heavy Metal Exile, Squidly, and Windrin, thank you so much for the follows. An eerie wind carries the squiddable, what is it? I'm having trouble reading that. Equitable menaces love for the pumpkin patch. Oh my goodness, I love you guys already. Maple Monarch, hello. Thank you so much for chatting. How was your stream and what were you guys streaming? And if you know how I set up shoutouts on Valora like we have on Twitch, please tell me so that I can shout you out. Okay, everybody on Twitch, YouTube, Kick, say hello to Squidly and Winderin who raided us in over on Valora. It is so nice to see a lot of yous. Hi, hi, hi. How doing? How going? What's new? How was stream? How you liking life, the universe, and everything? Because we do appreciate you. We are playing... Oh, you were playing Spiral Knights? Okay, tell me about it. What is Spiral Knights? I am playing my first Soulslike. This is Mortal Shell 2. Folks have told me that it is far less clunky than the first Mortal Shell, so we're kind of loving life over here. Oh my god. You guys, your channels are adorable. Okay, wait. Here's one of the things I do love about Valora. Like, it is so cute the way that you can customize channels and stuff. And like your banner is pumpkins and apples for fall. What? And a kitty? Play games, hang out, avoid reality with your cat by your side. Oh, and you wreak chaos. Let's go. I was trying desperately hard not to die while hiding behind Windrin and Exile. Spiral Knights is... I don't even know how to describe it because I'm so bad at synopses. It's a hack and slash sci-fi dungeon crawler originally released by Sega and later brought out by the dev team that used to work for Sega. Wow, that is a super awesome convoluted history and I kind of love it. That's really, really cool. We are having a low-key kind of night, but it is Ask Me Anything. So over on Twitch, chat reached a 10 sub goal and they get to choose what we do for the last hour of stream. And so they chose an Ask Me Anything, but people have yet to have an Ask Me Anything question. So that is what we are doing. I just died to a trap and therefore I lost I lost my shell to protect me, and I'm about to go fight a big scary monster dude who very much hates me and has killed me many times over. Can DG touch her toes? I can, in fact, touch my toes. Even with my recovering leg issue. Okay. So, sorry, let me explain. This guy currently looks very naked because the body I normally inhabit just got murdered in that trap. So now I have to go fight things to rebuild enough magic to restore my shell to my body while I go try to avoid fighting the big baddie who is very excited to try to murder me. So that is what I did not explain very well. On the chat side of things, the reason that I do the sub goals is if we have 30 days of 5+, have to raid and run because you have to go to sleep for an earlier workday tomorrow. It was a delightful meeting and I definitely want to pop in the future. Have a delightful rest of your stream. No worries, Squidly. Have a great day at work tomorrow. Good luck. Wish you the best, and thank you for leaving me. What is my name? My name? It's Miss DG. DG is short, is from Disappointing Guardian, which was my Bungie gamer tag for Destiny 2. They're called Guardians. And when I started playing, I was very bad at the game, so I became known as the Disappointing Guardian. And then eventually we shortened it to DG, and that is where we are now. Oh no, I just died. What is your quest? What is my quest? Oh, good question. Right now, my quest was trying not to die, but I just did that. So we're gonna go respawn and try that again. We're playing the open beta of this game currently, which is quite fun. I am personally having a lot of fun with it. But it's definitely my first Souls-like, so I don't... Ooh! There we go. Oh, shoot, Granny almost got me that time. She came super close to getting me. Exile finished it for me. What is your favorite color? My favorite color? Ooh, that's a hard question. Favorite color? Turquoise? Turquoise blue or let's see. Japanese maple.
Who is it at such an hour?
Oh.
You sound strong.
Turquoise. Turquoise. How about you? What is your favorite
Will
color?
you break down my door?
And what is
show
your
me
quest?
How big and strong you really are.
This is unhinged. This is wild.
Let's pretend you're a brigand. And
Teal?
me,
Ooh.
a princess, locked in a tower by her cruel father.
This is amazing.
Forget it. You're too weak.
Oh.
Forget it. You're too weak.
She didn't actually want me. She was toying with me. Okay, let's get all the gloom we can there. There we go. Oh. Around the corner? Anything back here? Nope. Lions and tigers and bears. Oh my. But Windrin and Goodley's folks, if you would allow me to introduce myself very briefly, give me just a moment. My name is DG. I'm a Coyote VTuber. I am a geologist and a voice actress in real life, and I'm a first-time gamer rehabbing a spinal cord injury, one spectacular death at a time. We are an adaptive gaming and an accessibility community. And I'm so glad that you guys found us and that you're hanging out with me. It is so nice to meet you. Now, if you guys have to raid and run, or raid and fade, as I like to call it, you are more than within your right. Please make sure that you take care of you and you go rest and you recover and you do all of your after stream important self-care routines. But please know that your raiders are going to be given a bucket of dirt and a bunny. So they're going to come back home to you a little bit cuddlier, a little bit cuter, a little bit dirtier, and absolutely no worse for the wear. You like a dark tone of magenta. Ooh, Exile, good choice. I'm too small for her? Solo, that's so mean. My favorite color is orange, and my quest is to see how many streamers would be able to cross the Monty Python Bridge of Death. I would not. I would die. 'Tis a flesh wound. Come here, I'll gnaw your ankles. Let's see what this guy says.
The music stopped.
Oh, I know.
For now, at least.
How did Solo end up here?
Why are you
Hi,
opening
Solo,
this
over on
door?
YouTube.
Are you mad? I don't even know who you are.
Hi, Foxter.
The music stopped. For now, at least.
I know. Play
I'm not
all of the
opening this
deadlock? That
door.
sounds like a terrible
mad?
idea.
I don't even know who you are.
Okay, well, he's not going to open the door for me. I suppose... Let's go beat up on the big guy. Because that's what we got. Oh, 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 what? Ow. Why did that open that? Ah. What? Okay, well, I'm glad that that worked out. What did I click on my controller that opened that up? And I got hurt. Oh, I got hurt. That was cray-cray. Okay, nothing there. Okay, we're gonna sneak past this guy, and then we're gonna go beat up on him. That was the Monty Python Bridge of Death right there, and I almost died. So that was fun. Okay, yeah, we have to go. We're gonna go try this guy, this big baddie up here. And no, you didn't see me. You no see me. I'm blending. I'm blending. Oh, oh, oh. Okay, wait, hang on. Day 23. Grom fled in the night. Not that I need him or any of the other half-wits. I will use my superior intellect to ascertain the true nature of the statue and unlock its secrets. Wait, that was the statue that we were just at that I was like, what is the thing? Why is that guy? Why? I am so confused. Okay, so we're going to do this. I'm going to heal. Oh, can I deposit stuff? Can I level up? No. I might die. I will die. That is as it is intended. Well, maybe not. Maybe not because now... Woo! Huh? Ha-ha! Ow! Oh. Ow! Oh no, he knocked me out of my shell. Okay. Well, that was fun. Oh, man. Come on, you. Yeah, come here. Yeah, come here. I'm going to use the terrain to my advantage, and we're going to come back up here. Hi. Aw, did you just get stuck there? That sucks to be you, huh? Oh, 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 no, I'm dead. Oh, yeah, I'm so dead. Yep. Nope. Yep, bye-bye. Oh, oh, did I actually survive that? No way. Oh, yep, nope, now I'm dead. Karma! If DG had to eat one of her mods to survive on a deserted island, which one goes first? Sylvie. Sylvie's not here to defend himself. No hesitation? I don't know what you're talking about. Wait, was I supposed to hesitate? I'm sorry. Oh no, I don't know who I would eat. That's terrible. Oh, it makes me so sad. how much did I need for the next upgrade? Jinx, you owe me a soda? Aw. Gonna get to be it's gonna be bacon soda. I think it's baking soda. I think it's the... Oh, come on, I'm 5 short. Ah. Although I do like the idea of bacon soda. Wait, okay, what is the most unhinged coffee or drink that you can contemplate? Oh wait, I can't do this trial again? Oh man. And I'm not allowed to continue on? Yeah, I'm not allowed to continue on. We might have to buy the games that I can keep playing. Are you okay? But you perhaps? I do have another mushroom to spare. Coriander, thank you for the posture check. I can give you another Walt cap. What if this ailment is a malady of the mind? Is there such a thing? Okay, this is sad. Wiggle! We're gonna wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Okay, we're gonna move our fingers. We're gonna reach up, forward. 5 short isn't a height? What are you talking about? Hey, Elvis, how are you doing? Sriracha, honey mustard, and Patron shot? That sounds... Okay, you know what, Nano? To the grave with you. Be gone, beast. Be gone. That is truly... Why would you offer that? Who does that? Why would you do that? Gross. I mean, gross. But also, well played. Well played. What about you guys over on Kick or YouTube? Do you have a favorite drink or soda or anything? And over on Valora? For that, Nano, I'm gonna have to permaban. That is not a permaban. Howdy, Miss DG. Go to bed soon. Very soon. We are doing our Ask Me Anything that chat voted for, so... Okay, so he answered that already. No permaban. Well, you guys didn't vote for DG Go to Bed. You could have voted for that had you wanted to, but you didn't, so we ain't. Ain't a word. Oh, what is this thing? Wait, what is this thing? It's just a... I'm afraid to go fight this guy again. I need 5 points for my next upgrade. Okay, you know what? We're gonna go kill these dudes again. Better than raw egg whites and Everclear? Why would you offer that? Ow. Ow. Oh. No. Okay, that's fine. As soon as I get my upgrade, we can reset this and then we can go battle Big Boy. Big Bubba over there. Okay, let's go. Slightly bigger than small ban. I mean, egg white, I'm very boring, so water. Most icky drink. Yes, most icky drink. You see, college was something. No. Nano. Woof. Okay, we're gonna level this bad boy up. Okay. We get more shell health, and our damage is +1. Does that mean that we get a new... No. No. College was in the 90s? Oh, the 90s. Oh, the 90s. What a time. Early 2000s were crazy too, though. Different reason. Oh, this guy is so big. So big, so mean. That's okay. I cursed. Count it. Oh. Ah. Oh. I have ones and O's. Oh no. I remember Y2K. Oh my god. He just knocked me off the bat. You know what? That was quite humorous. I'm not mad at all. I also got a rip out of that. That's valid. Okay. I don't think I'm going to bother with the yeah, I'm not going to bother with that. However, this there we go. Ow! Oh, come on! That was bull. Since when does that show up? So you harden on block or parry? I don't have that skill currently equipped, but I could. Come here, you. Come on, Agent Smith. Are you waiting for me to attack? Ah! Okay. Ah! Oh no. Ah! Oh no! This guy is just too powerful. We lost count on cursing ages ago? Valid. I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm not upset about it. But I think we might be... Jägermeister. Ick. Ooh, Jaeger. Oh, that was so gross. You know what I think is actually might be worse than Jaeger, though? Is truly, honest to God, what is it? What do the kids drink in, like, 2010s? A fireball. Blech. Gross. Oh, so gross. I don't think I'm going to be able to beat this guy. Although there are a few different epitaphs that I think I might need. Woo! Okay. Oh! Ha! Ah! Okay, fine. Oh, no. No, I was so close. Oh, my God. I was so close. I have been sober since 666. But your daily was John Collins. Kush, I am so proud of you. Being sober is a very, very difficult process in a culture that, like, idolizes drinking. I'm very proud of you. I've been sober since, well, I was, like, not because I had a problem with this. I just didn't want to. I didn't like how I felt drinking, so I was like, I don't like headaches, so I'm gonna not drink anymore. Oh! Really? Ah! Oh, I'm dead. I'm glad to say you never. Oh, I'm dead. Ooh, okay, that wasn't. I wasn't even remotely close. Give you a sin any day. Bourbon, like, yeah. I liked bourbon. I liked scotch. But I didn't like during the pandemic. I looked at it and I was like, this could get really dark. So I'm gonna choose not to drink. Am I really going to live in nightclubs? Nah. Yeah, valid, Kush. I'm really proud of you. That was a hard thing to do. Every single day is a good choice. You know what I mean? Like, I'm proud. Ha! You almost got me into the trap again. Ah! Oh! Okay. Ah! No! Oh, fudge! Oh, okay. Whew. Oh, fuck. Oops. Be back soon? Okay. I'm dead. I'm dead. I couldn't see anything. I do not like this camera movement. It's so frustrating. That's okay. Don't I don't like the camera movement. Does that make sense? Like the independent camera movement? Even if you lock on, it feels bad. There we go. Ow! No! Hmm. Okay. Ha! Okay. Ah! Nope, I'm not getting trapped in that. Ow! Oh, come on! Oh, really? That was bullshit. Okay. Nah. The camera is basically usually the main enemy in Soulslike. Oh, interesting. Okay, so that's that's a feature, not a bug. Makes perfect sense. There's a few games you hate camera movement on. Valid. Do I want to keep fighting? I think I do. Like, I think it's just... What was the thing? Hang on. There was... I think it was tar stones. Dagger... I think that's what I wanted. Who do I trade that with? I think I do want to keep that going. Soothes man and beast alike. I don't think that's gonna do it for me. Carry or okay. Oh, wait. Okay, we have to come back to Widow's Overlook. Don't let me forget we're coming back to Widow's Overlook. I have enough to do stuff at the forge. Let's try to up my weapon rather than, like, you know, beating my head against the wall and being like, it's okay, I can do it. Because I can't do it. I don't got it. I don't got it. Hold. Who was the comedian that talked about that? Being your ice cubes waiting at the bottom of your glass. Hold.
Welcome back. You find another missing
And then
part?
they release at just the right moment to splash all over you.
I'm afraid I can't help you.
I have the thingy.
Not when she's in this sorry state.
I have the thingy. But I have the thingy. Arisu. Hello, welcome in, Raiders. How are you? How's it going? Are you doing okay? But I have the thingy. And it says bring to Franz, doesn't it? Right there. Speak to Franz.
I'm afraid I can't help you.
Ugh.
Not when
The
she's
witness
in
is
this
dead. You
sorry
guys killed the
state.
witness? It sounds like a Carlin joke because alcohol? Maybe it was okay. Maybe. I can't remember. Okay, we're gonna go back this way because this is the way that I remember on how to get back. Oh no, not the witness. Can I get a witness? You killed the witness? And did he say thank you? And please, sir, may I have another? Because that would be really cool if he did. Oh, wait, no. Back. Bezos has sent you to jail? No! Betty Bezos is so mean. Where's Merrick the traitor? Is he through here? We Eiffel Towered the witness. Do a witness? Ooh, look at you go, Jella. I see you. No ova to claim. There we go. Too bad, so sad. That's him. Creepy guy that wants to wash my feet. Press one.
Praise Metha.
I don't want to praise Metha right now. I want to go talk to Merrick. There's Merrick. Hi, Merrick. I have stuff for you. Yeah, I'm going to sell you some stuff. And you're going to give me some good stuff in return. I'm going to sell to him. Coin. And then tar stones. Okay, so this is Leech. Ooh, what's this game about? It's edgy. When will DG and Swan's wedding be? Very good question, Nano. When Swan says yes. Feet cleaning is very edgy in your honest opinion. Is it? I think it's very biblical. Okay. This game is called Mortal Souls 2. It is a game that just came out 2 days ago. I'm sorry, 4 days ago now, on the 20th. and they still have the open beta, so that's what we are playing currently and having so much fun with. Oh, what are you guys up to? And have you ever played a Souls-like? And if so, do you have a favorite Souls? I think it's hot if DG's involved. Oh, woo. I would love to.
Anything tickling your fancy?
That too. It could also be romantic if you're into that kind of thing.
Anything tickling your fancy?
It absolutely can be. Yeah.
Careful out there.
New Souls-like? It's true, Sir McVibes. How are you? It's fun. It's fun. It's dark. I love the aesthetic. I love the feel. It feels good. This is my first Souls. So, I don't know. That goes back to there. I want to go to this direction. I have never played a Souls-like. And neither have I. This is my first experience with it. And it's hard. Dark Souls 3 was your first Souls-like. Favorite is Elden Ring. Tough. I have heard that from so many people. Like lore and stuff in some fights. Yeah, like super, super cool. Like super. I'm loving it. It's really cool. Okay, we're going back to Widow's Peak. Widow's Overlook. There. Go there. Can I get a witness? DG. Yes. Hi, Bailey. How mortal is the shell? So mortal that I keep murdering him. Ruthlessly. Desperately. Sadly. There are tears. God, this is so loud. Demon Souls on PS4 is yours so far? Oh, interesting. Okay. I've heard like the original, like Demon Souls is the original Souls, right? Like that was the whole idea behind it? I do dare ask, butt or boobies, or as one may say, tits or ass. Is that your next ask me anything? Both? Neither? I just love the body. Male, female, doesn't matter to me. I just like human bodies. I think they're uniquely beautiful and odd. Haha! Sucker! Nice. Haha! I said sucker, not for the record. I think Miss DG can see the beauty in most things. It's true. I think there's something really, really beautiful about being alive. Have a good stream, though, Ari? Okay, no worries. There we go. Oh! Ow! Rude. Whew. Hey, big boy. Whew. Whew. Let me back off for a second and feel again. Ah! Oh my God. We did it. Let's go. We did it. 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 Oh my God. Sorry, I had to really focus there. That was fun. Woohoo! We got the thing. We got a thing? With a repost finisher too. It's true. Okay, what was the thing that we just got? We got, is it down here? There it is. What does it do? Consumes. Ooh, we're putting that on. That's cool. That's a lot of resolve to consume though. Okay, so I guess we need to go back to the gate? I don't know what else we can do. What else will it let us do? Because I can't get over there. Have we, like, done everything that we can do in this thing? It's okay if that is the answer. That was freaking cool. That was freaking cool. That was cool. Okay, well, now that this guy's dead, is there anything over here that I need to grab? I don't think so. But I don't know. What is this? There is something over here. Oh, let's see what this is. A revered gland. Okay, so let's find out what this revered gland is. Consume at a beacon to increase your ability to use Mother's Pulse. Okay, but what is Mother's Pulse? And also, why is this big guy carved? I'm sorry, dude. That sucks, man. Feels bad, man. Oh, nuts. So we only get this one area? I mean, that's okay if that's all we get, but how much fun? I don't know, guys. I might like Souls-like games, because this is hard. Oh, okay. Oh! No! Oh. Oh! Why does it keep doing that? Oh! Come here, you. Okay, you're dead. And now you're dead. And I'm about to be dead, so that's fun. And I lost my shell again. And that sucks. If you have the patience, Souls-likes are really fun. Yeah. I'm okay with patience. Okay, so they're dead. Again. Cool. That was neat. And we got everything that was in here, and we did that dungeon. I think that might be it. Which is neat. Okay, we're gonna stretch. Hang on just a second. Reach up, reach up, reach up. Looks like a bro's job. Well done, let's go. Now DG comfy or provocative clothes? Oh, comfy and provocative. Because I think that comfy can be sexy. For example, so I had an event yesterday. So I wore, it was a little cold yesterday afternoon, and it was going to rain all night. So I wore stockings that had like, they were super, super comfy and super, super cozy, but they have like garters built in, which was nice. And then I wore a like a long line bra top with a jumper over top. Just an oversized button-down shirt, nothing else. Nano, that I actually wear that on a regular basis. I will wear underwear. Sir McVibes, thank you so much for the follow and welcome to the community. It's so good to have you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hello, Deaf Clover. How are you? Good question, though. Good question. Oh, nope, nope, nope. Not falling for that again. Oh, man. Ow! Ah. Where is this other? That was that dungeon. Not there. If you could live anywhere with no worries about living expenses, where would you choose to live? Portugal? Nazaire? Or the Outer Hebrides in Scotland? Or, in the Caribbean? 3 different answers, but they all have in common is surfing. And the coast, and mountains, and hiking, and outdoor adventure time. Ow! No, 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 no. No, ma'am. Or sir. No, I'm not dying to you this time. Niente. Niente. How about you, chat? If you could live anywhere in the world, where would you choose to live? Hang on, we're gonna... Wait, have I gone this way yet? Hang on, we're healing really quick. Improve capacity? With the gal? Okay, that's adorable. You good person. Do I have any more that I can use over there yet? No, I don't. Okay, cool. Okay, well, let's go talk to the hunters. It would be hard to pick anywhere other than where you live now, as cool as other places seem. You're too comfortable. Interesting. I've always been interested in Colorado, but maybe Ireland or going back to Brazil. Ooh. I have never lived in Brazil, but it's a cool place. Yes. I don't have anything to trade for you. Okay, well, that sucks. Can I take you yet? No? No, not yet, huh? Okay. What if we go this way? Over the river and through the woods to grandmother's house we go. Nope. Okay, what about back here? Oh, fancy schmancy. What's back here? No? What else can we do? Most likely Alaska. New Zealand? Catch you living in a hobbit hole? Valid. Can I talk to you? You have a cool design, my man. Neat. Oh, that's so cool. Can I go this way? No? Just pick up some gloom for myself? Cool. Oh, hello. Got some laterite out of that. That's cool. Can't go that way. All right, well, now we've explored this area. There's another statue. Ugh. Nope, can't go there. Will you let me into the room yet? I'd like to go in there. Right there. I need a Mushroom Village key first. Where do I get one of those? Where do you reckon I get one of those things? Where do I need to go to next? How about you folks on Valora? Do you have anywhere in the world that you would like to live and or move to? Given the opportunity? That's Death Hole. Not going there. That's just a hole. Oh, laterite. That's cool. Okay, take that. I've done that. Okay, let's try over here. Nothing? Is this blocked off? Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'll take the coin. Ah! Woof. Oh. Ow! Oh, come on. Yeah, you're down. You're dead. Rude. That hurt. Can I go? I did get to go up and over here. Already, right? Like we did this whole area? Did we? No, we didn't. This is a new area. Oh, 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 no. No, 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 no. Ah! Oh. Ow, ow. Ow! Whew. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. We are okay. Oh, wait, that's opened now. Okay, well, let's do, there we go. Let's do this trial, shall we? Because we got hard blocked out of the other one. Woo! Ow! Oh no. Ow! Alpha! No. Oh. Fuck. What? I was blocking. How come he was able to shoot through the blocking? Okay, we're gonna try that again. Hold on now. Do you have a reason why Alaska or New Zealand? So for me, if I lived in Scotland, it's because of the language. Oh, man. And the peoples. If I lived in Portugal, it would be for the lifestyle. And, like, the quality of life, if that makes sense. Can't go that way. Already tried that multiple times. Really, lady? Come on. New Zealand, visit, do not stay, trust. Yeah, fair. Why is that? Wait, why is that? That is the limit of the playtest area. Done. Did I ooh today? Also doesn't matter. Let me ooh again. Valid. Nice. Oh! Bye-bye, dude. That was unfortunate for him. Oh, I'll take that. Cool. He flew to Guam. Okay, let's try this again. This trial again. 'Cause this time... Ow! Oh no. Ow. Ow! Fudge! Oh, man. Ow! Fudge! Ow! Okay, dude! I couldn't. No! If there was one person or a group of people you could meet in person, who would it be and why? Good question. Living or dead, Twisty? Living or dead? Away from people? It's not as depopulated as you think it is. Doesn't matter. You know, when I was younger, I would have said the Dalai Lama, but I actually got to meet him. So that was cool. Oh. It has a, okay, so it is expensive. It is marketed as clean and green, and it is not. It has a society that is stuck in tall poppy syndrome, and it is tiring. Great place to visit. Oh, also, I would make, I was made redundant from Weta Digital, and and everyone associates NZ with Lord of the Rings or Avatar, so some personal grievances too. You know, I think that... Cool. Okay. Yay. I think that's totally fair and valid. Cool. Neat. Ooh, I got all kinds of cool stuff right here. Ooh, this was a good little spot. I'm glad I came over here this time. Oh, what is that? Oh, those are creepy. Oh yeah, that was that area that we cleared. Okay, let's go try this trial again. But this time, do it properly. You know, and like, try not to like die and stuff's kind of crazy concept. 1, 2, 3. And jump me. Ow! Ow. Okay. Got to meet... I've been blessed to be able to meet a lot of very, very cool and very, very, very interesting people in my time, which is really cool. He is extremely huggable and he gives very good hugs. I think at this moment in time, if I could do anything... Ow! Okay. Uh-oh. Well, that sucks. Okay, that's fine. No. Okay. Ow! No! No! Ah, fuck! That sucks. A life less ordinary has let me meet some amazing people. Yeah. I feel very blessed to have met people that I have met. I would probably want to meet, like, I don't know. Probably at another point in my life would have said Albert Einstein. I don't feel like I would want to meet him now. I don't know. That's a really good question. I'd have to dig deep on that. How about you, Twisty? If you could meet someone in person, who would it be? Okay. Nano and Solo? Well, I think you can meet them. Ow! No! No, sir. Oh! Oh! My God, did you see how close I came to dying there? That was insane. I didn't like that. I did not like that. No. No, 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 no. Nikola Tesla and ask him about harmonic resonance? Why specifically harmonic resonance? Hang on, we're healing. Nope, I'm just a trauma outlet he made up when he got hit by an 18-wheeler. Wait. Oh, no! I should have stayed for the trial. Well. Stupid. My intrusive thoughts got the better of me. Oh! Oh! You're one of those things. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, that was unfortunate. Twisty, Twisty, it's time to wake up. Twisty. That seems like something that would happen to Twisty.
Look at you. So small.
Okay, that's funny. Ow. Oh. 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 Neat. Oh no! She knocked me out of my body. Ooh. Oh no, I'm gonna die. This is the moment. Oh. Oh. No. What are you? A tar spore. Please tell me you're gonna heal me. That was craziness. Tesla's the person you studied the most. Oh, that you know studied harmonic resonance the most, and his work was taken within hours of his death and remains classified. So I figure he has found something to do with Earth's resonant frequency based off very little research, but have seen many studies based on his work. That's cool. Okay, wait, hang on. Let's find out what tar spore does. Increases poison resistance. How do I use that? Oh, just by holding it. Oh, 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 whoops. Okay, hi guys. Okay. Okay, cool, cool, cool. We got that. Oh, one of those guys. What happens if I knock down the honeybees? That's probably a bad idea, right? Okay. Die, Mr. Man. Die, Mr. Man. Die, Mr. Man. Ooh, there we go. Okay. I'm dead. No! One way to find out. If I could be born in a different era, which one would you want to live through? Renaissance, a future cyberpunk. So I have been listening to a really, really cool book called The Back Channel. And it was all about like the peak of American diplomacy and like statecraft. And do we want to try the trial again, or do you want to try that room again? Because now I'm full health either way. Let's try the trial first and see what we can get out of it. You used to wish that you could be born in the Middle Ages so you could become a knight? Okay, that's sweet. That's adorable. You don't think that lady's gonna come over here, do you? She probably will. Okay, there's that. Cool, cool, cool. Got that. Okay, let's try this again. Oh!
Halves?
Damn! Oh, fuck. Okay. Woo! Ow. Huh? Oh. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay. And that unlocked a new area for me. Breathing. Breathing again. I'm not scared. You're scared. We're fine. We're fine. That was terrifying. Oh, does oh my god count as DG swearing? No. No. It's the Carlin, what is it? The Carlin 7? I forgot what the full thing was called. Go see what this thing is. Oh. Sucker! Nice try. Oh, oh. Oh man. Okay, what does that one do? He got me. He got me. Neat. Okay, do you guys want to, before we go to another area, do you want to go try that room again? Oh, that was the limit anyway. Okay. Well, let's go try that room. Shall we? Because we did the trial. That was cool. That was fun. That was cool. That was fun. That could be with anyone. Can I go this way? I forget. Does it allow me to go this way? Daruni, thank you for... Oh, yeah. Thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate it. Okay, well, I guess we have to go down, down, da 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 down, da 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 da. Okay, this way. We walked in blood. 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 Ooh. Okay, we're gonna try this. We're gonna heal. Can I level up yet? No. Do I have anything over here though? Nope. Too bad, so sad. I feel like this might be the thingy. Okay, let's try this again. Not falling for it, buddy old boy. Oh, you're a frog. Hello. Ow. Ow. Fudge.
By
Nice try. Yeah? Yeah? Oh, nope, nope, no! Why? No! Frog lady just murdered me dead again. Okay, hang on, wait. We got this. We got this. We got this. No reason to be upset. 'Tis fine. 'Tis a flesh wound. I'm gonna die. Oh, gracious. Okay, do you guys want some music turned on? Or are we good? Okay, let's try again. Let's go into the hole. Because we've only been gaming 2 hours. We did a 3-hour Science Sunday. Damn, cursed thrall mofo. You're a punk.
you shouldn't be here. By war and
Ow. Come on, lady, die. Die. Oh. Die. Die dead. Please. What is a food recommendation for us to try? You know, since people called you crazy for swordfish and shark. Okay, swordfish tacos, still delicious. Shark tacos, also delicious. I would say... oh, hello, buddy. Good question. Oh, if you haven't tried it, you know, you should really, try making homemade gnocchi for yourself. Ow, 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 ow. You jabberwocky of a thing. There we go. That would be quite delicious, I think, and you should probably do that. Oh no, lady. No. knocked me out of my thing. Oh, no, no. Oh. Oh. Yeah, you got stuck on the thing on the cypress knees too. I didn't like it. Ow. Oh. 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 You guys are everywhere. Yeah. Yeah, I see you. Ow. Oh. Ah. Okay. Oh. 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 That was terrifying. Was terrifying. That was too close for comfort, if I'm being totally honest. Way too close for comfort. Nope, 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 nope. 3 offerings are needed. Okay, 3 offerings are needed. Oh, this is a whole new area. Oh, oh, hello, buddy. You're cute. I don't like you. But hi. Cool. Ow! Really? Oh! Oh, nuts. Ah! No! Oh, tripe? Interesting. Yeah, tripe's not bad. I guess borscht. If you've never tried borscht, you should try it. Borscht is not bad. Haggis, if you've never had haggis, you should try it at least once. Blood pudding, if you've never had it, you should try it at least once. Mofo, I have to do the whole thing over again? Damn. That's okay. Let's go. Onward and inward, deeper we go, she said, unironically. Okay. Come on, come on, kill her. Good. Okay. There. That was better. That was faster. So much irony, though. Which part? Haggis? Borscht? Two, three, four. Okay, so they're dead. Give me all the glooms. Glooms, doom, and glooms. Doom and glooms. Ow. Woo! Woo! Oh! Oh! Oh, everything and their mother's after me right now. That's not good. I just triggered all of them. Okay. Okay, so there's that one. Ow! Oh. Oh! Oh, I'm dead. Yep. Woo! Okay. You know, ladies, I don't like this. I don't like being stuck on stuff. I'm dead. Ladies and gents, that hurt. That's okay. All right. What time is it? 2:30. It is probably time. Are there any other questions for the Ask Me Anything? I am not upset. That was really fun. I wouldn't trade it for the world. And there's still more for us to do. What is a song you think everyone should at least give one listen to? Strange Fruit by Billie Holiday. And Colonizer from Tanya Tagaq. Do I love you? Of course I love you. Good song. Which one? Strange Fruit or Colonizer? Personally, I like both. I do not hate you, Twisty. I adore you. You know this. Strange Fruit? Oh, absolutely. Everyone loves St. James Infirmary. It's not my favorite jazz song. This Land by Gary Clark Jr. I think everyone should listen to at least once. That's a good song. I think it's probably easier for me to pick bands that you should listen to. Okay, what else do you got for me, chat? What else? What other questions, ideas? You've been listening to the Philharmonic and feeling thankful young people still have soul and funk in their veins? Oh my God. So I went to a soul night last night. If I were president, damn, Nano. If I were president, what is the first law I would put into motion? For the United States? For the United States. The first law that I would put into motion is, I would require all doctors to accept Medicaid and Medicare. 100%. No questions asked. I think my computer froze. I think that is how you start to change the medical system and start working towards something like universal benefit, or affordable care, truly affordable care. If I didn't do that first, if I couldn't get that one covered first. The first item on my agenda would be to remove an open enrollment period and make it year round. That would be the other thing that I would choose to do. Actually, that would probably come first. Yes, I would do that. I would remove the universal, like the open enrollment period in October to November, like the 2 week or 1 month period that we have. And I would say, year round, you can buy private health insurance whenever you want. No qualifying life events required. You can shop around, and that will reduce the monopoly that healthcare companies have on PMI, private medical insurance. Second thing is then I would go and I would say, okay, now that we've done that, now we're going to require all doctors' offices to accept Medicare and Medicaid. Exactly. So if all doctors' offices are required to accept it and they don't get payout from Medicare and Medicaid, then it is in the insurance company's interest to stop setting prices for doctors, because otherwise doctors won't adhere to private medical insurance pricing schemes. And that'll reduce the leverage that insurance companies have over elections as well, just like pharmaceuticals and all that stuff. That would be one of the first things that I would do. What was the thing that made you go, whoa, I want to be a geologist? Really, really stupid story, actually. Um, I there were a few things. I wanted to be mm, okay, I'll share this one. There were a few different reasons. One of them is so niche that like I'm not going to share because it would probably dox me. But what I will say is I met an individual who lived in an area in the United States that did not have running water in their home. And they were on the East Coast. And they didn't have running water for two reasons. The it was not in the interest of the state to drill municipal water wells. So, drilling private water wells held a monopoly. And that created like a whole set of issues in and of itself. So, in talking to this person, I learned that it was basically I went and I contributed to a study of the water table that determined surface water was unsafe for them to drink. So it forced the state to drill a water well for them. And when we drilled a water well for them, they said that this is the first time in their entire family's history that they have had access to water, safe drinking water. And for them, that was life changing. And I was in school for geology at the time when I got to work on this project. And I was like, that should not be a life changing experience in today's world. Like that, the access to drinking water should be something that is safe and accessible and affordable. And it's not. And part of that is having the know-withal of like how to quote divine water using science, aka hydrology via geology, or to through like policy and um, city planning, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Um, but because I was more drawn to the science of it and thinking through the history of place and time in space, like located on a globe, and how that changes over time. Like I was super, super fascinated by that. And I was like, this is the way that I can contribute. And I don't want to contribute in another sphere, like that is how I want to contribute. And so I thought that was pretty neat. Um, that was probably one of the most formative experiences. One of the coolest first experiences that I had as a geologist, and I think I've told you about this before, but I did a study looking at the Lost Colony in Virginia, which, if you don't know the story about the Lost Colony, there was a settlement down in Roanoke, and it 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 disappeared. Um, and there's all these theories behind what had happened, and I was on a team of scientists that was evaluating whether or not there could have been a Katrina scale hurricane that struck the coast that forced evacuation or left like catastrophic tsunami level uh a Croatoa. Yeah, Croatoa, which was like the last message that they left. Um, so we did a whole study looking at grains of sand at different intervals over which there were archaeological sites that were like that provided evidence that the town was there. And then we did like this whole like reconstruction of different scenarios about what could have happened. And that was the one where I was like, oh yeah, I'm hooked. Geoarchaeology for real, that is badass. Um, and I got really interested in it then. Because like that was such a cool, like, I don't know, that was just such a cool experience to be like, wait. You mean I can do whole reconstructions of environments and then tell people about what might have happened to their ancestors if they survived that hurricane or if they survived that earthquake or like we talked about oh my god, uh why am I blanking on the name of the town? The pirate town in the Caribbean that was swallowed by the sand
Good
spit.
job.
Jonestown? No. No, not Jamestown. Port Royal. It was Port Royal. Got sucked into the sea, right? And like it entirely disappeared. And I was like, this is cool. Like I can look at the the earth dynamics and tell you exactly what happened to things that we have no human record of. And that made me really, really happy. They call me Chief. Hello, how are you? I hope you're doing well. But yeah, I think that's it. Hang on, guys. I'm going to switch over to just chatting and we will probably rate out. Are there any last questions? Any last questions? Questions, thoughts, ideas? Did you enjoy the Ask Me Anything? The AMA, as it were? Also, I'm going to see who in our stream team is on so that we could potentially raid out to them. Yes, ma'am. Yay! I had fun too. That was a fun. My I may need to change my mouse. Mystic Knuckles is on. Give me a second, guys. Give me a second. I'll turn our music back on for now. Okay, what's going on this week? Let me fill you in. Have a lovely evening and thank you for sharing knowledge. It was very much appreciated. I love learning and you teach really well. Blessings to you. Thank you so much for that. That is so sweet of you. I appreciate it. I'm glad you guys enjoy it. Uh, okay, how do I check? I need to learn how to do this. How do I check who is on my stream team? Is it under creator dashboard? Question. There we go. Okay, who is on right now? Oh, Petrov's on. Oh, we're gonna go say hello to Petrov. So if you guys didn't know about the Bear fam, they were created by Petrov's community to bring a wide variety of content creators together for community integration, growth, networking, raid suggestions, and above all, friendship. The ultimate goal of the Bear fam is to uplift and cheer one another on throughout our respective streaming journeys, making the entire experience more fun and supportive for everyone. It is a really cool crew. I can attest. They were all super, super sweet when I joined the server earlier. And so, yeah, I'm really excited to get to know folks. But Petrov is on, so we're going to go hang out with him. I hope everybody has a wonderful, wonderful evening. And we'll hang out there. I need to go back to our stream. And anybody on Valora, if you have suggestions of who we should raid out to right now, let me know so that we can do that. Hang on just a second. Trying to find everybody. Okay. So, here's the deal. Monday nights, we do movie night in the server. This week, what is 2 plus 2? 10. Fish. 2 plus 2 is fish. Yes, 2 plus 2 is, in fact, fish. Movie night in the server tomorrow night. We're going to be watching Spirited Away. That's going to be the movie. I'm very excited. We're going to have so much fun. And then I'll go live afterward. And I haven't decided what our schedule is, like what specific games we're going to play this week. But I promise it will be fun. We may continue on with this game. We may go play some Mistfall Hunter or Marathon. I don't know yet. But we will have some fun. Wednesday nights are usually our Final Fantasy night. We're going to start post ARR. What is the amount of subs for demo of choice? Hang on. I need to turn that back on. Give me a second. I didn't rebrand the hang on. Here you go, Puff. Hey, Tanu, how are you? It should pop up on the screen here. Maybe? Is it gonna? No? Is it not? Is that not on? Okay, let me try over here. No? Hang on. I just turned it on. Why? Oh, it didn't save. Hang on. Okay, we're gonna do it like this. Okay, so for a demo game of your choice, it is, what is that one? Change your game, demo game. Is it 20 gifted? No, 10 gifted. 10 gifted for a demo game of your choice for 45 minutes. There you go. Awesome. Thank you. Of course. Of course. So Wednesday night we'll be playing Final Fantasy 14. We're in post ARR now, so I'm going to try to whiz through those um quests so that we can move on to Heaven's Ward next. I'm really excited about it. I'm doing really good. You won some daily raffle at one game you play and won 20-year-old item, which is worth around 1K USD nowadays. That is awesome. Let's go, Tanu. I need to see a whole bunch of W's and love in chat for Tanu. That is a huge accomplishment. Yay. Yay. Super cute. Also, guys, don't forget, you can do things like this. Geo joke. Did you know that geologists are athletic? Yeah, I read it in Quartz Illustrated. Why was the sedimentary rock so cheap? Because it was on shale. Sorry. Kiss a geologist and feel the earthquake? Damn, that's a good one. Okay. Oh, gracious. No, but congrats, Tanu. That is absolutely amazing. I hope it arrives in very, very good condition. And I'll be posting the schedule for the week tomorrow. I hope I can sell it for in-game currency or trade it to the other items. Oh, I hope that works out. I really, really hope that works out. Okay, folks. I know the raid message is broken, but here is the raid message for you. And I hope everybody has a fantabulous night. If you want to hang out when I'm not in line, feel free to join us in the Discord. Here are my socials. I post daily. And I promise, guys, the Patreon is in the works. I'm trying to record a song here to post on there as well. So hopefully I can get that figured out this week. And we're going to start with like $1 to $3 tier, give you a discount on something, and then we'll go from there. All right. Story times. If you want story times, we either have to get to 10 gifted and then chat votes for a story time, or if you want story times year round, I'll be posting one fully edited audio drama per month for folks. And that'll get posted and you can have fun from there. You know I love you and I hate to leave you, but I simply just gotta chat. So I hope everybody has a fantabulous night. Enjoy hanging out with Petra. I'm sure it's gonna be awesome and amazing. And then Valora, I will figure out who we are rating out to for you. Just be a little bit patient with me while I figure that out. And I hope everybody has a marvelous evening. Okay. Bye, folks. See ya laters.